the next move, whatever it is, will actually be an increase. How do you think about that?
Yeah, like I said, I think we still think that the bar from here for actually talking about hikes being back on the table is quite high. I think we certainly see scenarios where the Fed's on hold for a prolonged period of time. But I think we've seen in the past, anytime you get a little bit of a growth scare or more concern about jobs, there's obviously a lot of uncertainty on where the labor market's going to go. The Fed has a dual mandate, and they want to be sure that they're not just focused on the inflation side of things.
What is the balance of that dual mandate to this jobs report? To me, that's the heart of the matter.
Yeah. I think the labor market strength does make it easier for them to focus more on the inflation side of things. Not as worried about having to cut to support the labor market.
Do they look at?
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and I'm doing a live stream on Rumble and on YouTube. The live stream is also on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. We're going to be doing a simulcast also on X Spaces. The links are in the description of this video and all my videos. If you would like to do a call-in, please go through X Spaces and just request the mic, and you can ask your question or tell me what you think is going on in the news. So with that, let's begin. I'm going to start with Bloomberg here. The market has opened up. Just to give you a market update here. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,094. The VIX is trading at 14.92. The Euro USD trade is 1.037. The WTI oil futures is 71.21. BITO, which is the long ETF for Bitcoin, is trading at 23.27. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 151.63. Stress in terms of the VIX is low, so equity should go up, but the currency through USD Japanese yen, the Japanese yen is strengthening. I usually use that as an indicator that stress is building up in the system. All right, different central banks have cut rates throughout the world. So there's a little bit of movement in currency, but I usually use the USD, Japanese yen, and the VIX as indicators of stress building up. So right now you have data that is counteracting each other. VIX is low, the Japanese yen is strengthening. If VIX was high and the Japanese yen was strengthening, that's for sure really bad for equities. But equities is probably going to go up today. It did open up higher, but beware that stress in the currency markets and in the bond markets, there's volatility starting to build up. There's stress, there's energy starting to build up. Now, it doesn't mean that it'll continue to build up. Maybe it will just vent out and the stress will go away. But it just seems as though, looking at the markets, that there's stress starting to build up in the currency and in the bond markets and the major flows of funds between countries. All right, and that could be tied to tariffs, the tariff policy. We'll see, but just beware of that.
Taking the buy on deal. Get ready for another round of winter weather this weekend. Bloomberg meteorologist Rob Carolyn has the latest.
Michael, yet another winter storm headed towards the mid-Atlantic and Northeast for this weekend. Winter storm watches are up for the New York City area and for Boston Saturday night and into Sunday. We'll see force the mid-Atlantic and Northeast for this weekend. Winter storm watches are up for the New York City area and for Boston 3 to 5 inches of snow in the city during force the mid-Atlantic and Northeast for this weekend. Winter storm watches are up for the New York City area and for Boston 3 to 5 inches of snow in the city during force the mid-Atlantic and Northeast for this weekend. Winter storm watches are up for the New York City area and for Boston 3 to 5 inches of snow in the city during force the mid-Atlantic and Northeast for this weekend. Winter storm watches are up for the New York City area and for Boston 3 to 5 inches.
Chinese central bank buyers, Chinese citizens buying other central banks across central banks buying
is my color
Chinese
scheme of my law
citizens buying other
extrapolation.
central banks across central banks buying citizens buying other central banks across
I don't think my
Okay, so what I want to do is switch from Bloomberg to Live Now. Okay, so what I want to do is switch from Bloomberg to Live Now. Okay, so what I want to do is switch from Bloomberg to Live Now. Okay, so what I want to do is switch from Bloomberg to Live Now. Okay, so what I want to do is switch from Bloomberg to Live Now. Okay, so what I want to do is switch from Bloomberg to Live Now. Okay, so what I want to do is switch from Bloomberg to Live Now. Okay, so what I want to do is switch from Bloomberg to Live Now. Okay, so what I want to do is switch from Bloomberg to Live Now. Okay, so what I want to do is switch from Bloomberg to Live Now. Okay, so what I want to do is switch from Bloomberg to Live Now. Okay, so what I want to do is
Democrats, the American public, and we're calling on there just to be a couple of Republicans to grow a tiny bit of a spine so that we stop having our taxpayer dollars, our kids' dollars, your dollars stolen by people that already have ungodly amounts of money and are determined to take yours. They think that your labor is to make them rich, and they think their taxpayer dollars are to make them rich. Every time they see a school get renovated, every time they see a teacher get hired, they're asking why those dollars aren't for themselves, and we're here to stop them. Thank you all very much.
I'm Chad Median. I'm from Syracuse, New York. I was a public education teacher for almost 30 years, and my wife also a public education teacher for almost 30 years. I taught AP biology, chemistry, and 15-to-1 living environment. My wife is a reading intervention specialist and has taught in almost every level of elementary school and works specifically with kids on gaining a level of literacy that allows them to be successful. I was also the initial chair of the New York State Standing Committee on Disabilities. I have sat at the Committee on Special Education meetings on both sides of that table. The parents of the children that require individualized services in a public school setting, they want answers. They should have answers. We demand that there be conversations to support these kids. We all need support when we go to school, but some of us need specialized supports. So when we're talking about dismantling the Department of Education, what we're talking about is larger class sizes, those kids not getting those individualized services. The removal of athletics, arts, science, music. I asked to borrow this tie today. It's not my tie, it's my son's tie. He wore it at band concerts starting in 4th grade in a public school when he learned how to play the baritone. And I'm a teacher, which means in 4th grade, I stood behind him and I tied this tie. But you know what happens in public schools? One day that kid comes down the stairs from his bedroom and he's already tied that tie himself, right? And that's what happens in public schools. You gain the skills and the knowledge to be successful. The sign that the leaders of a civilization are not committed to its future is the failure to fund the education of their children. And these people and I will not stand here silently as they steal taxpayer dollars from special education students. We will not stand for it we're not going to stand for it here and everything that's happened.
Do you really think that's what's happening with the Department of Education? There's a lot of waste. And not only that, what about the students? The students' outcomes are terrible. And that's not just post-COVID, it was pre-COVID. It's a big problem. The Department of Education, public schools in the United States is failing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for watching the streams. I'm going to be setting up X spaces, but please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work. Watch the videos, buy the products, participate in the live streams. It's supposed to be interactive, but let me talk about a couple products to help support the work here. Please go to my store and get the elderberry zinc lozenges. This is 60 parts per million structural nano silver. Also the Manuka honey, 60 parts per million. You get 21 in each bag. This is something that you should have at your work and at home, just in case during the cold season, during the allergy season. The moment you have that problem with your throat, irritation, you want to mitigate that right away. So get a few bags, a couple bags of the Manuka honey or the elderberry zinc or both for your house and for your work. Be prepared because you never know when you catch something, and you want to mitigate it right away. Please go to my store, get these very high quality lozenges. A lot of people are sick during this cold season, and you gotta pay attention. Another thing that you need to be taking every day is magnesium and zinc. Magnesium and zinc will help to boost up your immune system. If you're not feeling too great because of the cold season, take a double dose. Take one in the morning, take one in the evening, drink it with filtered water. Magnesium and zinc boosts up your immune system. Please go to my store, get the high quality supplements that I have, such as magnesium and zinc. And I want to, mention before I switch back to Bloomberg here, because right now they're talking about the Super Bowl. But I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've developed these deodorant bars. They're very high quality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and purchase the very high quality deodorant bars. They're dual purpose. You use them as a deodorant, but you also use it as a means to detoxify your body each day. Okay? It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality, all natural ingredients. No aluminum, no baking soda. Extremely high quality. Now, you can get it in citrus, or you can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Get a couple bars for your household. It's for males and females. Very high quality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get these deodorants and improve your health. You're getting a very high quality, all natural product. It's detoxifying your body. You're using it as a deodorant. It's for males and females, and you're helping support your health and the work that I do with the show. So please go to my store and get the very high quality deodorants that we have. All right, with that said, let me go to Bloomberg here.
I need to go visit a client, that's a good idea.
John,
Super Bowl.
with the congestion tax, have you been below 59th Street?
It's kicked in like 250 a day for me since I get here at like 0 o'clock in the morning. So
Yeah.
no, I didn't say reasonable. I just told you what the amount was. It's death by 1,000 cuts, I call it.
John Tucker, thank you so much for that view self. We will have a view self getting Vanessa Perdomo for Bloomberg Radio.
All right, now let's play a video here on the news. Transportation Secretary Duff tells Hillary Clinton to sit this one out. This was Business News. This was 34 minutes ago from Fox Business. They published this.
Time for the hot topic of the hour. Despite Senate Democrats holding a 30-hour protest, President Trump's cabinet pick to lead the Office of Management and Budget, Russ Vought, confirmed along party lines. Vought will be sworn in this morning. He will play a pivotal role in reducing spending and reallocating funds. Alongside Elon Musk's DOGE, Democrats taking their fight against DOGE to the courts. A federal judge limiting the agency's access to the Treasury Department payment system records after 3 union groups filed a lawsuit. Another judge temporarily delaying President Trump's federal employee buyout deadline to Monday. Those who take the deal will receive pay benefits through September 30th. Now, the White House responds to that ruling. Here's what they say, quote, "We are grateful to the judge for extending the deadline so more federal workers who refuse to show up to the office can take the administration up on this very generous once-in-a-lifetime offer." So far, around 60,000 employees have accepted the offer. The White House expects that number to grow. Meanwhile, USAID employees, USAID, expected to be laid off today, drastically cutting that agency from more than 10,000 workers to just 294. The largest U.S. government workers union is suing the Trump administration to stop that from happening. Secretary of State Marco Rubio clarifying why these cuts are necessary. Watch this.
We're not trying to be disruptive to people's personal lives, but this is the only way we've been able to get cooperation from USAID. When we tried to do it from the top down, by getting cooperation from the central office of USAID, what we found instead are people trying to use the system to sneak through payments and push through payments despite the stop order. The United States will be providing foreign aid, but it is going to be foreign aid that makes sense and is aligned with our national interests.
All right, so here's the thing. The Trump administration, John, the target is 5 to 10% of the federal workforce, right? That would somewhere in the range of $100 billion annual savings that would equate to if everybody takes these buyouts. So that's why they're saying it's okay for you to wait until Monday. It gives people more time to take the deal.
Oh, that's right. I think this is long overdue, and a lot of people are going to take this deal, and perhaps the Trump administration can also tell agencies not to fill positions where individuals are retiring as time moves on. And if somebody quits, okay, then we'll just leave staffing levels where they currently exist. And they can probably get away with this to a large extent. I mean, there are going to be some critical employees, especially as it relates to technology, use of new technologies. But there are going to be some, unfortunately, that have been there for years who really aren't needed to keep on staff much longer.
And I made this point, Joe, earlier in the program that, there was a movement under President Bill Clinton to get rid of USAID. This was years ago because of some of the ridiculous things they were spending money on then, and the agency survived. That's the bureaucracy angle of this. Today, you've got Transportation Secretary Duffy. He is now defending Elon Musk. He's defending DOGE. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton slammed the agency after Duffy announced that DOGE is going to help upgrade the U.S. aviation system. We've had 2 fatal plane crashes in just a week. Clinton posted they have no relevant experience. Most of them aren't even old enough to rent a car. You're going to let them mess with the airline safety that's already deteriorated under watch. Well, Duffy fired back.
Michigan year ahead inflation expectations rise to 4.3% versus 3.3%.
Because with all due respect, experienced Washington bureaucrats are the reason our nation's infrastructure is crumbling. You need to sit this one out. He was also on Hannity, by the way. Watch.
I want to look at what was the focus of the department, right? The main focus, back to the history, was safety. The problem is that they were focusing on, as you mentioned,
this is an important lesson. This is an important lesson. If you watch the dashboard, in the dashboard, when the news came out, the equity market started to go down because if inflation expectations higher, then the Federal Reserve may not cut rates, it may even increase rates, and therefore it's at least short term negative for equities. The VIX spiked up to 15.52 now, and Bitcoin is starting to sell off. Oil is going down now. Now, remember what I said about the USD Japanese yen as a bellwether, as an indicator for stress in the market. The Japanese yen is strengthening right now. See what I mean by using a currency as a way to see stress? It just happened on the dashboard. So that's the reason why you pay attention to me on this show, because I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about in terms of international policy and international affairs, right? I know what I'm talking about in terms of how to improve the health of your body. I know a whole lot about viruses, all right? And not only that, I know a whole lot about finance. If you paid attention to what I was saying earlier in this broadcast, you would have made some money.
Changing language for social justice. They want to be politically correct. And when you don't focus on your systems and your safety, bad things happen. And so I look at this last week. You haven't seen anyone drain the swamp more than Donald Trump has done in the last week. And when you do that, these swamp creatures raise their heads like Hillary Clinton has, and they push back and they lash out.
And Joe Borelli, I want you to listen to this, because this is the Democrats' way of complaining. Watch this.
This is a national emergency. In the aftermath of the election, many Democrats needed time to soul search, to grieve, to think, but that time has ended.
I'm here to simply say that Elon Musk, you're fired. But the Progressive Caucus has our gloves on and we are in the ring.
Every day, Elon and his tech bros ride their skateboards over to a new agency and start crashing into their databases. But this is not some kind of game, because these things will cost lives.
Congressman Jerry Connolly and other Democrats are going to call for the committee's Republicans to subpoena Elon Musk.
All right, Joe Borelli.
I mean, you heard it here first, right? This is a national emergency. What will we ever do without Polish puppeteering troops and cross-dressing kickball leagues in Chile, right? These are the kind of things that really made the headlines that USAID is going to lose their ability to fund. I mean, going back to that Hillary Clinton post that she put on X, I mean, this is someone whose new career seems to be serially out of touch, a commentator on everything. Most people, like me included, see Elon Musk, who's building rockets that are orbiting Earth, that are landing on their own infrastructure, and saying, yeah, maybe this is a guy who might have something valuable to add on the tech related to the aviation industry. Maybe this is someone who we should contemplate. But this is the party the Democrats made. This is a party that has just devolved itself into hysteria and hissy fits. And I read the New York Times this morning. The New York Times is calling Elon Musk's opportunities in our government a constitutional crisis. They're saying basically that because Trump is controlling the White House, the Republicans are in the House and Senate, there is a constitutional crisis. I don't remember the New York Times, by the way, ever saying that when Democrats controlled the three branches of government. Did they ever even endorse a Republican Party candidate? I don't think so.
Well, they don't study history, obviously, because the point.
Michigan preliminary February consumer sentiment falls to 67.8. Estimate was 71.8. So consumer sentiment is going down. Inflation expectation year over year is expected to go up by almost a full point. So that's not good for that's not good for the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is like going, okay, what do we do? We're not probably going to cut rates because inflation is probably going to go up, but there is, concern. And I don't know, because of the year ahead inflation expectation is up 1 point, the Federal Reserve may actually hold or raise. That means that the markets will start selling off, at least short term. I'm talking about short term here, not long term, but short term, sell off the equity market. Because it's all about Fed. What's the Fed going to do? If the Fed's going to cut rates, the market's going to rally. If the Fed's going to raise rates or hold, the institutional investors are going to tank the market. Short term.
Made about the Bill Clinton presidency in those years. Mark Thiessen points that out today in the Washington Post, that it was, and I want to quote this specifically from him, this was Secretary of State at the time, Warren Christopher. He tried to close that foreign aid agency during that administration and merge it into the State Department. Exactly, and he was shut down. Exactly the same thing that they want to do now. We're not saying that we're going to shut down the agency, but you're going to get rid of the fluff, the employees that aren't, that aren't going to be needed. Right. Not fluff, my apologies to those federal workers, but you're going to eliminate jobs that don't make sense, and then you're going to fold what's left into the Department of State.
Look,
that makes sense to me.
I'm a Trump supporter. I want USAID or its subsidiary now in the Department of State to actually be proactively trying to solve some problems around the world.
HIV in Africa,
correct.
Understood.
Correct. There are starving children, there are poor people, wonderful things we can do, but it has to be respected and work in conjunction with our State Department so that we are rewarding our friends and punishing our enemies, and most important, not wasting taxpayer money on just these inane and insane proposals that have been just ingrained in our public spending since the Clinton administration.
Yeah. All right.
Let's go back to Bloomberg here for a second.
The whole point, the volatility gives you opportunity. Without that, you can't make any money. So.
Okay, so where are the opportunities? I guess the question is, where are things most dislocated?
The one thing I would keep an eye on is the 10-year yield. If we break above 4.5% and hold above 4.5%, it's a pretty significant level. If we get through there, people are calling it basically it's around the 50-day moving average. I don't like to put moving average on yields. I'm not so sure that actually applies. But psychologically, it's a big level, and if we stay above that, we're looking to potentially move towards 5%.
I think the UMich data was really interesting because, again, so the magnitudes of the moves and the big ramp up in that 1 year expectation for inflation. That's something that this administration needs to be concerned about, because inflation was arguably, to the average American, that is it. That is the story.
Absolutely.
Don't talk about the stock market. Don't talk about the value of my house. Maybe I don't own a home. But what I do see is I do see that inflation. So
yeah, and it's going to be a big thing for the Fed to challenge now as well, because all we keep hearing is when's the next rate cut? When's the next rate cut? And the cash carry this morning and Goolsby yesterday. I don't know what they're looking at, but to me, if I look at what the Fed's going to do next, it's number one, stay on hold for quite a long time. And if these numbers keep coming in like this, you're looking at going in the other direction.
Well, that's such a great point, because Torsten Slok of Apollo, his note pointed out today that the last Fed cut was in December, and the shortest amount of time from a cut to a hike was 7 months. So in theory, we could see a rate hike in 6-7 months.
Yeah,
in theory.
I totally would agree with that. I mean, I personally think that's more likely the case than not.
funny, you spoke to Dr. Anna Wong of Bloomberg Economics. They're sticking with their 75 basis point cut in 2025. And I think that's now becoming kind of almost out of consensus.
I think the only way something like that happens is if we have a trade war in some way, shape, or form. Inflation doesn't really pick up, and maybe that trade war causes a recession, and maybe even a little bit of a deep recession. But I will give kudos to Hannah; she nailed it in the jobs numbers this morning. With the revision from 1 year to the next.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean about the stress in the Japanese yen. The Japanese yen is a signal. Its stress is building, all right? Dollar is strengthening, but the Japanese yen, dollar is strengthening relative to the other currencies, but the Japanese yen is strengthening relative to the USD. And that's a sign from all of my years of trading, which goes all the way back to probably around 1999. It's always been a sign that stress is building in the system.
Out of the blue this weekend, you never know.
Yeah, we had Scott Bessent on Bloomberg Television earlier today. He's a Treasury Secretary. He made a couple of interesting points as it relates to that. One, he called out the amount of taxes paid by the U.S. versus other U.S. companies versus other countries from around the world. It's just disproportionate. So he says you got to do something there. The other thing he called out was just saying basically we didn't have a trade war with Canada and Mexico. It was a drug war. That's the reason behind the So, but that. I'm not sure. I think you're right. Then the question becomes, when does the administration turn their sights on Europe? And that becomes
and also for Europe, like, what's the ask? So if your ask for Mexico and Canada is a drug war, okay, well, what's your ask for China? What's your ask for the European Union?
Well, for China, one of the things you mentioned, Bessent, he said yesterday that China is going to be eating most of the tariffs with the United States, which if you think about that, that means, number one, the tariffs aren't going anywhere against China like they did on pause with Canada and Mexico. Number two, they could actually be ramped up a bit. So if the administration feels that China is going to eat those tariffs more than the U.S. consumer, it's more likely than not that they would feel more comfortable raising tariffs against China. And for Europe, what is the ask? That's a really good question. Maybe just leave us alone.
Or is it defense spending? Is it just that? Is it NATO?
I would imagine it would be part of it, although they are ramping up some defense spending. They actually said they were thinking about putting troops in Greenland just in case Trump showed up this morning.
All right, so looking at the dollar, the Bloomberg Dollar Index higher yet again here. Again, my kind of standard currency
dollar
question is there any bear case for the dollar, short term or long term?
Not so much short term. I think long term, you get a situation where if you do get tariffs, if you do get inflation, you're going to see real yields come down. When real yields come down by comparison to other countries and other currencies, you do get the case that there's a potential for a sell-off in the dollar, or at least
Secretary Hegseth is speaking in a town hall right at this moment. I don't think we'll go to that at the moment.
Stuff and headline risk in the FX market was getting really hard, and that things were getting really expensive to hedge and take advantage of this volatility. What are you noticing?
Well, first of all, it's always hard. Having done this for like 30 years.
That's a pretty good answer.
The second part is when you see vol go up, you see options get more expensive, and that's probably what they're talking about in the expensive part. If you're hedging it with options and vol goes up, it costs you more money.
What are you looking at here? What are the next data points for you? We'll digest all this economic data that we got today, sleep over it over the weekend, but what's the next big thing for the market, do you think?
I think after you see the UMISH numbers, you really need to look up, see what CPI and PPI go next. That's the stamp, and then you're going to see the employment cost index at some point as well. If all of those are on to the upside, I think you really have to throw out the next rate cut coming anytime soon.
So do you think that we're still in a U.S. exceptionalism world, or no?
For some reason, we're, it looks that way in terms of the job market, which is really holding up. But I think what totally gets forgotten in the conversation is jobs are a lagging indicator. So you should expect jobs to hold up for some time, well into a turn in the economic growth. And I think that maybe the cycle we're in now, that we are facing the potential for some slower growth. It's happening in China, it's happening in Europe, it's happening in the UK. It's incredibly difficult to believe the United States is going to just go it alone.
What's the risk appetite out there when you talk to folks these days? Is it a little bit taking it off the table because they just don't know what's going to happen out of Washington? Or do I say, I got to be out there taking risks because the rest of the world is not much.
So the interesting thing is, Main Street is all in taking risks, while Wall Street is backing away.
Retail traders, there's been a lot of pieces about retail traders, mom and pop guys buying the dips.
You know what? Retail traders get it wrong over 85% of the time in the FX market. So I don't know what that's going to mean for the equity market. But if that follows suit, the wheels are looking like they're going to fall off pretty soon.
Do we feel like the U.S. exceptionalism trade in the markets is still a thing?
It's still a thing for now,
Okay.
but how long that lasts, I don't think it's going to go on. And either the other countries will catch up and start to grow, or we'll just.
So I have a live stream on Rumble, YouTube, my website. You can see both versions, the large screen and the dashboard of the market. I also have X Spaces open. Please join X Spaces if you would like to ask a question. This is supposed to be interactive, so please join if you'd like. Help support my work. by going to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of all these videos. And get the very high quality soaps that I have. You can get the charcoal tea tree, structural nano silver soap. Get a couple for your household. It's very high quality. It doesn't have all those fancy chemicals that Procter & Gamble puts in their soaps. Very high quality. It's something that I use, and it helps support your health and helps support the channel. It helps support the work that I'm doing to inform you on things that I think are very important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. Any order that you buy that's, let's say, a longevity box or an anti-aging box, the boxes are curated in such a way where I build in a discount on top of you being able to use discount 5. So there's great ways at different price points to save money and get healthy. I want you in 2025 to be healthy. That's my goal, all right? Listen to what I'm doing and you're going to improve your health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And by the way, get the structural nano silver soaps. You know, I'm going off on a tangent. It's my show and I can go off on tangents. When I live stream to Rumble, the way the camera works compared to, let's say, YouTube, a live stream is a little bit different. So I have to think different. The way I move my body has to be it's like almost opposite, but that's just side note. Okay, let's go to Al Jazeera talking about Gaza.
And I'm afraid that this is what is left from this whole affair, is that they didn't rule out, even Mr. Gunn said that the deal, Trump's plan looks interesting. So Netanyahu is now, and according to the poll, 78% of the Israelis are in favor of this deal. So he is coming up like a magician again, that he pulled another rabbit from his hat, and he is on top of the whole deal and the crisis.
I want to ask you about the view of what's happening amongst the people in Israel. Over the last several weeks, when we've been talking to you, you've been saying that the one thing, whatever the eventual outcome is in Gaza, the one thing that is certain is that the people of Israel, as much as the people of Palestine, are tired of the constant conflict that their country, that their state has been going through, and they simply want peace. If there is a risk that this ceasefire is going to end, and we do end up seeing more violence in Gaza particularly, and probably also, of course, in the occupied West Bank, how do you think the people in Israel who have been through so much violence and themselves will react to that?
I think that it all depends on the message that will be coming from Washington. And you see, it's not only Washington, it's also from Amman and Cairo. As long as the Egyptian and the Jordanian flag, as well as the Emirates, are still hanging in Tel Aviv, and it looks like business as usual. The Abraham Accord still survive. People still believe in Netanyahu, and he says that he will bring on board also Saudi Arabia. So the price that the Israeli public is paying now is not so high. Actually, they look at what Israel did in Gaza, and they are quite happy with it. At the beginning, I could say that they don't watch Al Jazeera because, you know, Israel has banned news services here, so they don't know what Israel did to Gaza. Now they know, because it's all over the place, the pictures. And the only news agency, I think, that is criticizing it is, you know, the left-wing Haaretz and some very marginal television programs shows. So the majority of the Israelis are quite happy with this, as long as the terror
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just kind of conscious that we're up against the clock a little bit, but we do appreciate you being with us, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Here in Human Rights Council has said it's going to be investigating human rights abuses in
All right, I'm going to go to this publication from CNN. The title is "Expert Identifies Doomsday Scenario." Let's see what they're talking about here. This was published about 22 minutes ago.
Finding reason, LinkedIn knows how. Knowledge is put to the test in every GMC Sierra.
Can I ask you from the oversight that you have been able to do, those biologists, those people who, as you say, are being interviewed by young DOGE employees, you're saying that the one in charge there is a 25-year-old man. What are these interviews like? What kinds of questions are being asked? Do you have any idea what's going on?
Yes, I'm being told by the employees that they are just living in terror.
So what? They need to be restructured.
All the regional offices. They're being asked to justify their existence. They're brilliant scientists. They gave up their life. They could have worked for DuPont. They could have worked for chemical companies. Instead, they decided to work.
This is exactly what happens in corporate America during restructuring, when there is lost revenues or there's a recession or whatever. There is you have either HR or you have managers talking to subordinates, and they're looking for justification. Should they keep that employee or not? Should they keep that position or not? Maybe it's a problem with the employee. Maybe the organization no longer needs those positions or as many of them. This happens in corporate America all the time. Why isn't it that you can't do this in government? Why? Because if you don't, it's just going to have a lot of deadwood, dry rot, a lot of inefficiency. It doesn't matter how old the person is. If they're asking the question why, and you can't answer it with a good answer to that question, why that job is there, then maybe you need to eliminate it. It has nothing to do with the age of the individual or if they're male or female. It has nothing to do with it. Just asking the question why. And they're flipping out. Guess what? There's a lot of corruption and there's a lot of inefficiency in science. A lot of inefficiency in science. They can streamline operations in science. Big time. Big time. But what happens is a lot of these lab types, the ones that have lots of bench experience, they have a tendency to just go slow. And then they, if they gain some experience, they have someone that works under them and they fill out the grants and they're waiting for the money to flow in. And if the money flows in, then they can do the experiment. And everything's very slow and very slow and very slow. They can easily streamline. So if you can streamline other operations in corporate, why can't you streamline government? Why can't you streamline science? Oh, they don't like you using MBA tools to find inefficiency. That's the issue.
The health of Americans. Or they decided to work to deploy solar and wind across our country to ensure that we could fight climate change. And instead, they're being cross-examined almost in a way that is 1930-ish Soviet Union by 25-year-old inquisitors. And it's just the world tipped upside down, where those young people who we revered to major in biology and chemistry and physics are now being questioned by people who have no credentials and no interest, by the way, in protecting the health and well-being of Americans across our country. And that's why we need the courts. Congress has to stand up and fight, but we're going to need people across this country to stand up and fight, to not agonize, but organize against these people.
Just imagine when AI takes your job away. when corporate starts finding inefficiencies and they want to implement more AI and AI supplants your position. Because that's where it's going. Because we let AI do it. All right. But they're kicking and screaming about this. Just imagine how the whole country will be when AI takes people's jobs away. There's going to be the great decoupling of capital and labor. Watch. Now, how long it takes, I don't know. No economics.
Stand up to Trump because they want to lose all the healthcare, education, and environmental programs for all the tax breaks for the millionaires and billionaires. That's the whole plot. It's very simple. And these young men and young women, but mostly young men, are in there to accomplish that goal for the billionaire class.
Senator, I
Notice they try to make it, you know, it's like the bro club. It's the Elon Musk bro club that's all skateboarders coming in and restructuring government, and they don't know anything. It's just men. See, they're already trying to create the division between the rich and the non-rich, the scientific and non-scientific. And then he's in this, it's only been a minute and 46 seconds, and then male, female. He did 3 divisions in a minute and 46 seconds. Aren't you glad that you come to my show and see this great observation? Make sure you go to my store and get my supplements to make sure you're healthy as we go into doomsday.
And everyone's here with me now, and Ryan, when Senator talking about that they're going to need the courts, and right now that's it. It's been the courts. I mean, you know, obviously Senator's Democrat, and there are some who are. There's been disarray in the Democratic Party, certainly Congress. There's disarray, question, chaos about what they can or even want to do about it, depending where they sit. The White House stays spinning the news of this setback on the resignations, mass resignations of federal employees, saying we're grateful to the judge for extending the deadline. So that they, you know, people can take up this very generous once in a lifetime offer. Now, obviously, they put the deadline out, okay, because they wanted the deadline. So they're not happy about the deadline being extended. I mean, that's obviously spin. Is it?
Is your marketing tech stack stuck in the past?
Indeed it is. Upgrade to AppsFlyer, the world's leading MMP.
Is it?
It is. I mean, if they wanted to extend the deadline, they could extend the deadline. Part of the problem with the program is that it put enormous pressure on the workers to have to decide within just over a week the rest of their lives. And the program's riddled with these different problems in it. So at the minimum, the judge is just saying, let's put a pause.
How's that any different in corporate? Usually you're given a week or 2 to figure out what you want to do. 14 days is adequate to determine what you want to do. 14 days. You can do it in 10 days. You can actually do it in 7. But 14 days is typically what I have seen with restructuring in corporate America. So why is, if it's okay for corporate, why isn't it okay for government employees?
Raised good enough legal arguments for that. And she's rejecting the government's argument. The government's argument is, can we proceed ahead without the court interfering in the program? So it's not what the government wanted, it's the opposite of what they wanted tonight.
So Jamal, though, this is just in this sense, right? Okay, so this was a halt, this was a loss. Let's just work 2 days. There's another hearing on Monday.
Yeah.
Right. So does this then? I mean, do you think the courts will really stop Trump at this or other issues, birthright citizenship, as I mentioned, among others?
There are responsible judges inside the judiciary who I think are taking on the Trump administration. Look, as you know, I sat here night after night arguing for a very different political outcome in the last election. The American people chose Donald Trump to be president. They did not choose Elon Musk. They also did not choose a level of chaos that it is.
It's not about, Elon is just a consultant for Trump to find out where the corruption, where the inefficiency is, and fix it. There is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. It is totally in the wheelhouse of the president's prerogative to do exactly what he's doing. There's no illegal aspect to this. So you can't find inefficiency in the government unless you're an elected official. Is that is the implicit statement that he made. We are run by a bunch of technocrats and bureaucrats. And this is the reason why we have ballooned out our deficit, and hopefully DOGE can find more than $2 trillion of inefficiency, so we can actually have less federal taxes. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics that I offer. I have 2 different versions of the probiotic. I have it in the veggie cap version and the powdered version. I normally take the powder version because I like to add it to my hummus during my lunchtime. And I take a bunch of other powders, right, like Boomer Boost and lignans and collagen and all this stuff, all together during my lunch. But for ones that prefer the veggie cap, get the veggie cap version. For the ones that prefer the powder, take the powder, you put it in soft foods like hummus or yogurt, or just filtered water. Some people put it in a smoothie. It's up to you. But take it once a day. There's a little scooper. Take 1 scoop a day. It's very high quality. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get these very high quality probiotics. The reason why you want to do a probiotic is that the gut health is a major point for overall health in the body. When you have a good gut biome, you're improving your immune system. When you have a good gut biome, you're reducing inflammation. When you have a good gut biome, you're reducing irritability. You're reducing depression. You are increasing your mental acuity. You're going to have better sleep. Your skin's going to be better. Your skin's going to be better. Your nails will be better. You can see gut health based on problems with people's skin. In addition, your metabolism will be better. You'll absorb nutrients better. And when that happens, you'll have more energy. In addition, your liver will function better. So there's huge benefits in targeting your GI health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic in the veggie cap form or in the powdered form. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Let's go back to CIA.
We can always make the EPA more regulatorily efficient, make sure that people can get their laws passed in a way and get the budgets to work in a way that work better. What we now know, though, is that's not what's happening. They're not trying to fix the EPA. They're not trying to fix USAID. They're trying to destroy them in some way, the chaos that's happening. So we've got to figure out as a country, how do we do this in a way that doesn't go too far, doesn't move too fast, and isn't too mean?
Right, well, I mean, they were clear with USAID. I mean, at least Elon Musk was, and he wants to kill it. So Congressman Buck is a former prosecutor, and you've been in Congress and you sat there, you know, with Trump, right? Understanding that what they're dealing with right now. Do you believe, Congressman, that Trump will do what the courts tell him to do?
He has to.
Yes, I believe that President Trump will do what the courts tell him to do. I also believe we have a $36 trillion debt. I also believe that President Trump won the popular vote with the mandate on immigration, inflation, and to reduce federal spending. I don't hear Senator Markey talking about how do we reduce federal spending in a responsible way that is different than what President Trump is trying to do. So I think the president is forcing an issue and forcing people to the table so that we do get an answer of some kind in this very important area.
If you roll back to 2016, and when Trump gets into office in 2017, what was Trump trying to do? He wanted to restructure the FBI. And they pushed back. And we all know what happened with the whole fake dossier and, you know, impeachment galore and lawfare and everything. And he slow walked all of his policies. Now he wised up by being away from the, thank God that he didn't get into office in 2020. Why? Because he had 4 years to think. He had 4 years to say, if I get back in, this is what I'm going to do. Boom, 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 boom. And that's what you're seeing. It was actually a blessing. strange way in how that all happened. And it's, you know, in terms of just metaphysically, it's fascinating that he's going to be the president during our 250th anniversary. But it's really important to really focus on what Trump is doing here. All right, he's trying to stop the slow walking, stop the corruption, stop the inefficiency, and everyone that's pushing back is on the take. Every one of them is somehow, some way tied to the corruption. They get direct benefit from it. They get donors that get direct benefit from it. There is some tie, either primary, secondary, or tertiary to the inefficiency. That's what's happening. And then Orange Man, bad. He can't do anything right. No, he can't do anything right. But yet, by having DOGE look into the details, we see all of this corruption, all of the wasteful spending that is taking place. And we keep on being told by the Democratic Party that we need to keep on increasing our taxes. Really? Really? Why? Why? So in corporate, you actually say, show me the data. Let's do an audit. Let's take a look at how the spending really is happening. Do some statistical analysis, do some, random sampling of certain accounts. And guess what? You start finding things. And you start realizing, well, wait a minute here. We're spending money for transvestites to be in primary schools to teach kids how to be a drag queen? Really? Do we really need that in our primary schools? While Johnny and Amy can't read, write, and do arithmetic?
Because he does get to the heart of an issue here, which is, okay, Trump did talk about wasteful federal spending. There has been a big increase in federal employees, and there's a lot of waste in government. Okay, so Democrats would probably not be smart to be on the side of just defending everything.
That's right.
Right? But how do Democrats walk that line then?
They've got to argue for some kind of
Let's
change.
stop making it a male, female, Democrat, Republican, black, white issue. It's, is there inefficiencies? If there are, stop them. It's that simple. Aaron. Now, she cut her teeth on CNBC, Business News. Now, I have a hard time believing that she didn't learn that very useful skill of looking at data and interpreting the data to understand where things are going. But maybe she lost all those skills when she started working for CIA.
Is going to actually change it. The courts are going to do their part. The American people have to do their part too. We're starting to see some outcry in 50 states over the last couple of days. You're starting to hear people speak up about this more often. This is going to be something where the American people are going to have to put their leverage on Republican legislators, because I'm not sure, even if the courts have a ruling, and you told me, even if the courts have a ruling, what happens if Donald Trump decides he doesn't want to abide by a judicial ruling? What's the recourse?
Nothing. That is the doomsday scenario that a lot of lawyers are worried about.
Right. The DOJ is the enforcement mechanism for a court order. And if the president tells the DOJ not to comply with the court order, we're in real jail.
That's right. I think that is the doomsday scenario. It hasn't happened yet. There's been some misreporting that makes it as though that's what's happening, but not yet. So far, they are complying with all the court orders. But what happens come the day that they do lose at the Supreme Court? Because I think some of these cases are just losers. And if they really want to push it, we're in a real constitutional crisis.
And the Supreme Court gave Donald Trump immunity for any official action.
Let me get this straight. We're in a constitutional crisis because the Democrats don't want to reduce the corruption. That's what they're saying. That's literally what they're saying. Well, what happens if the DOJ didn't pay attention to a corrupt judge? And Trump told the DOJ not to do anything. well, we're in a constitutional crisis, but let's just keep on spending money for trainees. That is what they're saying.
Can pardon whoever he wants. This is going to take Republican legislators holding this man accountable to actually follow the law and do what it is the country has been set up to do.
And Congressman Buck, I'm curious as to whether you think that will happen. And part of the context here, and we'll see how this goes through the courts, right? But in the current moment, Congressman, right, you've got, today you've got that stay on the mass resignations that they want. You've got a federal judge blocking the birthright citizenship again. You've got a block on the freeze in federal spending. So that's where it is right now. Do you think, Congressman, that this is causing Trump to lose any political capital with Republicans in Congress?
With the YouTube music app, you can blend up to 30 artists into one big custom radio station, which means now you're going to space.
President Trump isn't losing political capital with Republicans in Congress, Republicans in the United States, or frankly, unaffiliated voters in the United States. He's doing exactly what the people told him they wanted him to do. He is, and maybe people on the other side look at it as creating chaos, but he is turning the federal government upside down, and he is trying to find areas that we can reduce spending. And if we don't reduce spending, we're going off a cliff. And this is an existential threat. The president is trying to address that. The question of, will he obey a federal order? There's no reason to doubt that he did in his first administration. I believe he will now. But he is addressing a very serious
You
problem.
really think, Congressman, there's no reason to doubt it?
I do think there's no reason to doubt it. Absolutely. I think that if that happens, I hope you invite me back on, and I'd be happy to say I'm very disappointed that he didn't obey it. But right now the question is, this federal judge has paused the action. He has not told the administration that it can't follow through. There were federal courts that told President Biden that he couldn't excuse student loan debt, and he turned around and tried to do it a different way 3 or 4 times. So maybe that President Trump will try to do that, but I doubt very seriously he will disobey a federal order.
I hope if the president disobeys federal order, Congressman, you'll be more than disappointed.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to laugh. I'm not making this if it's a laughing matter. Brian, I'm going to give you one quick chance to talk about something else. Though the top prosecutor that Trump has in Washington is facing a bar complaint now because he asked a judge to dismiss criminal charges against his own client. His own client was involved with January 6th. How is this going to play out?
I think it's an incredible situation. So he comes into the office as interim U.S. attorney. He dismisses the charge against an individual who happens to just be his own client. Because he was defending January 6 defendants. You would think just the fact that he defended January 6 defendants, he would be recused. But he's actually representing him at the same time. So the ethics is a pretty strong charge. I think this might not be the only one that drops, the first one that drops. It's an open and shut case.
I'll tell you, part of the problem that the United States has is there's too much legal perspectives and not enough on the economic perspectives. There are too many lawyers. Everyone's tripping over themselves. Way too many lawyers. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the health supplements that I offer. I take Max 14 and Max 35. So what Max 14 and Max 35 does is it helps to neutralize pathogens, and that you're able to boost up your immune system, right? So when you're neutralizing and you're maintaining the barrier, you're improving the mucosal lining, and you're improving your epithelial tissue in your oral cavity and in your oral pharynx. When you improve that innate immune system and improve that barrier, you're reducing the chances of further infection. And so you're mitigating what you've been exposed to. So swish it in your mouth, take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then swallow. I take a teaspoon a day. You can take the Max 14 or the Max 35. The Max 14 is 14 ppms. The Max 35 is 35 ppms. I take a teaspoon a day, I swish it in my mouth, gargle 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and then swallow every day. All right. If I'm not feeling well, let's say because of the cold season or whatever, I take a tablespoon or 2 a day. All right. Same way, put it in your mouth, switch it around, and gargle, swallow. This is a great way to help support your immune system. So I have 4 pillars of what I call the core of my protocol. The first pillar is taking the max 35s and the max 14s. So you're improving your immune system, you're boosting up your immune system, and you're neutralizing exposure. Now, the C60 is a very strong antioxidant. So you're soaking up free radicals. So you're slowing down the aging process there. Turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans you take every day to bring down inflammation, bring down the pro-inflammatory cytokines, because chronic inflammation is immunosuppressive. So when you bring down inflammation, you're actually improving your immune system and your cardiovascular system. In addition, that last pillar of the core is Boomer Boost, where you're boosting up your energy levels and your metabolism. So when you're boosting up your energy levels and metabolism, you're bringing down inflammation, you're soaking up free radicals, and you're neutralizing exposure and improving your innate immune system. Guess what? You get healthier. Why, Dr. Paul Cottrell? How do you get healthier by just this core concept? Well, if you reduce the chances of getting sick, then your body doesn't have to fight it all the time, and your body doesn't have to remodel after the sickness. A lot of people don't understand that when you are sick, right, with some sort of cold or whatever, benign, and it lasts for 5 or 7 days, it takes 2 to 3 weeks to heal your body. Now, let's say you get bronchitis or pneumonia. It takes a lot longer. It may be 4 weeks, 8 weeks to remodel the damage. So if you get a mild cold, something benign, twice or 3 times a year, a quarter of the year, you are either sick or healing because of the sickness. Now you know why you age faster when you have chronic colds, you're chronically sick. When you bring down inflammation, chronic inflammation, your immune system will be boosted. Chronic inflammation creates high levels of cortisol. High levels of cortisol are immunosuppressive. When you have a lot of free radicals because of your lifestyle or just stress or your environment or whatever, if you don't neutralize them, free radicals do damage to cells, do damage to tissue, and make you age faster. You look at someone that is older, they build up lots of free radicals because they're not neutralizing them. So they age faster. On top of that, stress reduces energy levels. And when you are older and you continually decline in your energy, then your whole bodily systems start to decline. And that's the reason why it's so important to boost up your energy levels with the Boomer Boost and improve your metabolism. And when you do that as a holistic approach with supplements, you're actually healing your body and slowing down the aging process. I am not wrong on this. This is the most comprehensive way towards longevity and anti-aging and boosting up your immune system. Now, supplementation is not the only answer. It has to be part of a larger integrative approach. Supplementation, proper supplementation with proper diet and exercise and stretching and balancing exercises, challenging your mind and learning new things, spirituality. When you do all those things together, you're really slowing down the aging process. and increasing your mental acuity. Now, if you think I'm wrong, just keep on not following what I have to say. If you think I'm right, maybe it behooves you to go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the supplements and follow the protocol. Now, the core is just, again, the core. And the core has 4 pillars to it. But the other supplements to add to the core give you added benefits, so you're really like supercharging the anti-aging and the boosting of your immune system and your metabolism. The proof's in the pudding. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The core works, no doubt about it. So go to my store, get the Max 14, get the Max 35, take a teaspoon a day. If you're not feeling so good during the cold season, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. Swish it in your mouth, gargle, 20, 30 seconds, swallow. It'll help to boost up your immune system. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
If you're Meta, if you're Google, if you're whomever, Amazon, cranking up your CapEx, and I'm not sure that's a good thing. How does the market think about these, step function moves higher in capital spending?
I think the biggest question is going to be whether this kind of business, AI business, requires continuous investment in CapEx, or similar to cloud, that you're going to build once and then you're going to get a high recurring revenue after that. I think it's going to be the latter, but the big question is going to be, do we see a bigger CapEx growth in 26 and 27 and so forth? Microsoft, whose financial year ends like in the middle of the calendar year, has talked about the growth rate of next year to start tapering down. So that's the first sign we know that the growth rates are coming down. The absolute number is going to be a little bit higher for FY26 for Microsoft, but that's at least shows there is some level of peak or near peak we're going to reach over the next couple of years.
But on the flip side, if we saw Amazon pare back their spending, wouldn't the argument would be, oh, well, their stock is down because they're not spending as much and they're going to fall behind?
I think that's absolutely why all of these are doing, because Microsoft went ahead and said, we're going to do 80 billion in AI spending. Then Meta came back and said, well, we're going to do 60, 65 billion. And then we heard the Stargate announcement. And then after that, Google came and said, we're going to do 75. These guys are saying, we're going to do 100. So, and also remember, by the way, if you don't see the demand coming in the next 6 months, all of this can reverse also. It's pretty quickly, because not all of that is fixed cost. There are some, variable leases in there. There is some demand-related stuff. So, it's possible if the demand doesn't come through, there could be a reversal of this theme.
Where's the Apple story right now, Anurag? Stock's not performing.
Yeah, I think the most, honestly, yesterday's news that Mark Gurman break on the iPhone SE is probably something that they can help them out in emerging markets, especially China, India, and Brazil. This is the first time upgrade of a new phone that's going to be, let's say, for the sake of discussion today, we don't know the price. The starting price of the old one was $429. Let's say this is somewhere around $500. It will have Apple Intelligence. It will have a faster processor. And if this thing takes off, I think this can bridge the gap that they are facing in those countries right now, and maybe give them a push. There's a lot more that needs to happen. But other than that apart from this glimmer of hope, we're not going to see major sales growth in products this year, because we are struggling with problems in China. There's a lot of antitrust or regulatory scrutiny over their fees, and then for the potential backlash from the consumers in China. So there's a lot going on in Apple right now. Not the cleanest of stories on frankly.
Can I ask an insanely dumb question in terms of cloud growth for Amazon, going back there? AWS, like, their growth was 19%. Like, they missed a little teeny tiny bit on their revenue estimate. Like, why do we care so much about the static part of it? Like, 19% growth, I know it's not 30 like Microsoft, but come on.
No, but it's a much bigger base. AWS is a much bigger, revenue base than Microsoft. What's really happening is, and when you look at the 3 biggest cloud vendors, that's Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, and Google, Microsoft has actually given out a number and say, we have this AI revenue coming in. And a lot of that is coming in from all of us using ChatGPT subscriptions and running queries through that. Google and Amazon don't have that luxury. And their workloads are going to come from companies developing AI applications and running it. So that will take time. That will take several years to build up because that, unlike you can't go from 0 to 100 million consumers overnight in the enterprise world. It takes time. And I think that's the big delta between the three cloud providers right now. So for Amazon, that growth rate to go up, they need a lot more enterprise or corporate AI applications.
Anurag, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Anurag Rana, technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Here's the question for you, Alex. Will you, be honest now, will you watch the Super Bowl Sunday?
Yes, because my husband does.
No. Okay.
And my dad likes commercials.
Okay.
So the two of them I can't. Whether I'm paying attention is an entirely different story. Maybe I'll finish my book on dragons, TBD.
Well, when my kids were young, I would have to go to a separate.
All right, I'm not watching the Super Bowl. I think it's become so commercialized and it's a waste of time. All right, what I want to do is go to Fox News. They interviewed Bondi about sanctuary cities.
Sworn in by Clarence Thomas, the new Attorney General of the United States, longtime friend of the program, Pam Bondi. Pam, great to have you. Well, you've had your own shock and awe, 30 hours since being in office. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Just landed from New Orleans, as you said, and, Christina with Homeland Security has done a great job working in conjunction with our ATF agents, our DEA agents, our FBI agents, getting ready for the Super Bowl. Also, Sean went out today and met with the family of Matthew Tanadaro. I met his mom, Kathy. He was killed on January 1st in that horrific murder in New Orleans, and I got briefed on that today. So it's been a very busy day. Met with over 30 members more of law enforcement in New Orleans, and they are prepared for the Super Bowl. Kathy Lanier with the NFL, they are crushing it out there, and they are going to keep New Orleans and Louisiana safe. And I'm proud to be part of that.
I'm glad to hear that. Let me start with you've cracked down on sanctuary cities. The DOJ has put a pause on all federal funding to sanctuary cities and states. You filed a lawsuit against Chicago and the state of Illinois for being a sanctuary city. Am I wrong in my interpretation that a sanctuary city is aiding and abetting in lawbreaking?
Sean, what they're doing is they are choosing illegal aliens over the safety and security of their own citizens and the men and women of law enforcement who are out there trying to protect their citizens. Not only did we sue today the city of Chicago, we sued the state of Illinois, we sued the mayor, we sued the governor, and we sued others. And let me be very clear, if you don't comply with federal law, you're going to be next.
What about those that we now know apparently tipped off the Tren de Aragua gang?
So Aaron Brown talks about how Trump's industry may not follow the law when it comes to getting rid of deadwood in the bureaucracy of our agencies. But they didn't talk anything about, well, what about the sanctuary cities not following the law in terms of illegal immigration and working with ICE? Crickets, crickets, crickets. I'm telling you, I've come to the conclusion that the Democratic Party, everything about them is nothing but demolishing the Constitution and demolishing this country. Everything about their platform. Bunch of retards.
Colorado prior to an ICE raid. Obviously, that would be breaking the law. Will we get to the bottom of that?
Yeah, Sean, absolutely. And, that risks the lives of our great men and women in law enforcement. I mean, this is horrific what these people are doing to try to destroy our country, truly, and jeopardize the lives of law enforcement and our citizens. And Tom Homan is absolutely right to be appalled and furious. But we will all get to the bottom of this. And, Donald Trump has created an incredible team of people who truly, we were pre-existing friends, so many of us, we get along great and we work so well together. And we truly like each other and we support everything President Trump is doing, and we are all here to protect our country. And that's what it's all about right now, Sean, keeping America safe.
My biggest fear, the thing that would keep me up at night, is that we know because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Alejandro Mayorkas, we have known terrorists in the country, but we don't know where they are. You mentioned the order to go after cartels and work with DHS on that. I'm glad you're doing that. I'm worried about them. I worry about gangs in the country, but we also have known murderers, rapists, other violent criminals. How do we find them?
Well, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, Christy Nome, DHS, they're doing a great job. And what we're doing with all of our FBI agents, DEA, ATF, all of the federal agents, U.S. Marshals, everyone is going to work together, and they're going to actually prosecute violent crime instead of weaponizing government. And that's what's been happening, and Mazie Hirono is wrong. It's the end of the weaponization of government and getting back to prosecuting violent crime and giving our great men and women the tools that they need in law enforcement to go after these horrific gangs, the drug dealers, the fentanyl dealers who are killing people on our streets every day, and the cartels. And we will do everything in our power to find them and eradicate them in our country. And that's thanks to Donald Trump and the many executive orders that he's issued.
I want to ask you, Judge Eileen Cannon in the Jack Smith case against President Trump and the documents case, finally kicked the case out of court. It was over because of what she believed was an illegitimate appointment of Jack Smith. And the issue always comes before an attorney general on the issue of appointment of special counsels. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, special counsels from here on out in our country will be legally appointed, and they won't be done constantly like they've been done in the past. And yeah, Judge Cannon is a brilliant judge. She followed the law. That will be upheld, and the weaponization of government will end. No more special counsels out there targeting anyone.
Yeah. When we talk about weaponization, I would say we didn't have equal justice or application of our laws with President Trump. I would argue that, okay, if top secret classified information is something worth raiding Mar-a-Lago about, why didn't they raid the 4 locations where Joe Biden had top secret classified information? Why didn't they raid Hillary Clinton's home? She deleted 33,000 subpoenaed emails. She had top secret classified information on it. That to me is not equal justice under the law or equal application of our laws. What do you make of a justice system that is only targeted somebody because of their political beliefs?
Well, it's a 2-tiered system of justice, Sean, and it will no longer be in existence.
Look at that. Buy one, add one for $1. Get more than you expect for breakfast with new McFarland.
Come too many commercials.
Be in existence in our country. Yeah, what Joe Biden did, of course, was he didn't even have the right to take classified documents, and we all know they were sitting in his garage, yet no one chose to prosecute him. They have targeted Donald Trump from day one. We've known this, we've always known this, and that is going to stop. We're going to get back to the core function of what our government, our law enforcement was intended to do: prosecute violent criminals and get them off our streets. Weaponization ends, and it ended the day that Donald Trump took office. And the American people saw that crystal clear because they elected him by a landslide.
But, you know, we also saw, for example, you know, I know you know the value of Mar-a-Lago. It's worth over $1 billion. We had a judge in New York value it at $18 million, which was a joke and didn't care. You have local prosecutors like Alvin Bragg The statute of limitations had run out on what was a legal NDA put together by an attorney and labeled as a legal expense, and then came up with a novel legal theory to go after Donald Trump. And they got away with that, and nobody on the left seemed to care. And I watched during your hearings and the hearings of others. Now all of a sudden, the left, they never uttered a word. Their silence was deafening about unequal justice under the law. Now all of a sudden, they seem to fear that which they did to Donald Trump might be done to them. Have you noticed the same thing I have?
Well, sure. I saw it with Adam Schiff in his hearing, and in fact, he received a pardon from President Biden, which is very telling to me. He received a pardon along with Liz Cheney. They were more worried about Liz Cheney in my confirmation hearing than the crime in California that's skyrocketing. So it's truly remarkable, this double standard that they have been professing and projecting throughout our country, but it has ended, Sean.
Let me ask a final question. I believe under Merrick Garland and Joe Biden, the DOJ has been weaponized. With that, there are many, many employees of the Justice Department that were a part of that.
The U.S. January unemployment rate, 4.0% estimates were 4.1. So unemployment rate still below natural, the natural unemployment rate of 5, which is an indicator of inflationary pressures, but it's not the only indicator. But it 4.0, 4.1, so it came in better than estimates for the unemployment rate. So that's also another sign that maybe the Federal Reserve will not raise rates.
Organization. Did they have an obligation not to participate in it?
I'm sorry.
Speak out against
Let
it?
me rephrase that. That's another indication that the Federal Reserve will not cut rates. That's what I meant to say. But what might happen is that the Federal Reserve will hold rates, and because of the other economic data that's coming in, the Federal Reserve may signal that if tariff pressures and there's some inflationary pressures that start to come into the data in months from now, if we start seeing that in the data, then the Federal Reserve may have to raise rates. That's what I meant to say. All right.
And if they didn't do so, would that be disqualifying in your mind?
Sean, certainly, you have to follow the ethical standards of being a prosecutor, and you have to follow the law. And that's why we have signed multiple executive orders taking us back to our core function of prosecuting real crime and violent crime. And that's how this Justice Department will function, and that's how President Trump wants this administration to function, even-handedly.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. This has no fluoride in it. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, maintain a good gum line, reduce the inflammation at the gum line, reduce plaque, neutralize pathogens because of the structural nanosilver. And guess what? With good oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease and you're reducing the chances of valvular disease. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this toothpaste. It's the highest quality toothpaste that you're going to be able to get. There's nowhere else that you can buy a better toothpaste. Now, this toothpaste, get a few tubes of it for your household. Help support my work. Use discount 5 to get $5 off, and improve your oral hygiene. Really important. It's a holistic approach, but if you focus on different vectors of health for your body at a holistically, then what's going to happen over time, you're going to have all these benefits and your health will improve. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is the best toothpaste that you can get. All right, right here. That's in my hand right now. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes for your household. Just a reminder, I do have X Spaces on for the ones that are watching the live stream on Rumble and on the live stream on my website and on YouTube. If you want to listen in on X Spaces, you can. Just go to my X channel to click the button to watch the space. And if you wanted to ask any questions or tell me your opinion about the news that we're covering today, great. Just request the mic and I will give the mic to you. All right. With that said, I want to go to Bloomberg here.
Marketplace, and are they the kind of skill sets that private industry is looking for to decide what impact might come?
An old topic, but one I like revisiting, is the whole hybrid work thing. Are you seeing any trends evolving here, or is it kind of set in stone, hybrid, 3-4 days? Is that kind of the new normal now?
We really believe it is, and that's supported by a recent Gallup poll that said hybrid.
Average hourly earnings rise 0.5% month over month. Estimate was 0.3.
Really landed in the economy here, and we see that to be true in our client service. I'd say the only industries where that maybe is less true is in financial services, which tends to want people on site. We saw that with the JP Morgan announcement last month, and healthcare certainly has been more on site than others. But otherwise, we think about 75% of our clients are solidly in the hybrid camp.
You have like 20 years of experience working with C-suites and helping them to manage transformation and initiatives. So what's your best guess on what happens with DEI?
Dead.
Thank you. I mean, we've certainly all been reading lots of headlines about what's happening around DE&I. I think what's getting lost is that businesses can deliver the best results for their customers or clients when they can attract the smartest and innovative talent from a wide range of backgrounds and experiences. And that's what we focus on. It's really about what are the skill sets and perspectives.
That is such a long answer that it's dead, and that it's about merit. That's all you got to do. It's about merit. If you have the skills, if you can show that you have the skills to the employer, you'll get hired. It's that simple. That's all you got to say. You don't need to keep on going on and on and on and on and on until infinity.
But then others say, no, it's just simply going to improve their, potential. How do you think about it?
Yeah, I am more of an optimist that AI is going to bring more productivity, and I actually think more engagement in the workforce. That, however, requires that people be willing to upskill and I think reskill a little bit. Certainly there are jobs that are very task-oriented and repetitive task-oriented that could be very disrupted by AI. But moving into more business analytics, project management, technology skills, coding skills. I mean, as long as workers are willing to engage in some skill set acquisition, I think by and large we need AI to play a role as the digital worker, or we will not achieve the productivity goals that our economy needs.
Kate, we really appreciate it. I don't envy how difficult this time must be for you or your clients. Kate Duchesne, CEO of RGP, joining us from California. All right, coming up, we are going to continue the conversation, but it's Friday, so that means
municipals.
There you go. Eric Kazatsky, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Municipal Strategist, will be joining us. I even sent out another article this week being like, right, that tax exemption that's really going to heat up. What do we do?
There you get
particularly if we're going to lay off a lot of government workers. What does that mean? What happens to schools? Anyway, so now I'm into that. Also, Laura Davidson is Bloomberg News political editor. She'll join us.
All right, so let me go to another video here. I think it was Fox that I saw that I wanted to get here. What was it? This was something I wanted to play yesterday, but I didn't have time to do it. This is the former head of the Saudi Arabian intelligence reacts to Trump's plan here. So let's listen in.
You have been digesting what came from the White House last night. You probably heard the view from Ramallah. So is there going to be a united Arab front against this Trump vision?
Thank you, Ms. Amanpour, for inviting me. After hearing Mr. Barghouti, I really don't know what to add to what he said, other than to say that what came out of Mr. Trump is not digestible. I respectfully decline to add more disrespectful comments to that. But it is a fantasy to think that ethnic cleansing in the 21st century can be condoned by a world community that stays on its behinds and does not respond to that. The problem in Palestine is not the Palestinians. It is the Israeli occupation. And this has been clear and understood by everybody. Hence, you have United Nations resolutions calling for the quid pro quo of land for peace from 1967 until now. The Arab Peace Initiative, of course, is based on that and offered Israel not only diplomatic relations, but all of the things that Israel wanted, from trade, from normalization, etc., in return for the establishment of a Palestinian state with its capital in East Jerusalem. All of these things were American policy until this latest wording that Mr. Trump has chosen to use in claiming that he wants to do better things, when actually it is going to turn things into more conflict and more bloodshed.
Can I draw on your long years of experience? You were Saudi ambassador to America. What would you be telling your capital, your king, in a cable, had you been in Washington last night in that position and listened to what came from the podium? How would you have explained it?
Well, I can tell you I'm glad I am not in that position, because there is no way that I can explain it. It comes out of the blue, and it is totally based on, as Mr. Barghouti said, on the Israeli position of ethnic cleansing. As you mentioned yourself, Mr. Ben-Gvir, who is the ultimate ethnic cleanser in Palestine, he's been saying this for the last 2.5 years since he joined the government. And now he's justifying what he said by the words of the American president. That is unacceptable.
So what then is the next step? We've had everybody, from your capital to the neighboring countries, which Trump expects to take these, millions of Palestinians, reject this out of hand, say that it's illegal. We've heard the president of the Palestinian Authority. What do you think is the next step? What do you think is going to happen?
I'm not in government, so I don't know what my government will propose, but I would expect that there will be collective action on the part not only of the Arab but Muslim world as well, along with Europeans and other countries that believe in the two-state solution, to take up the matter, and where else but go to the United Nations. And this is the only arena where things like that can be discussed. Unfortunately, with the American veto, I cannot expect that there will be much success in passing any resolution. But nonetheless, it will show that the world is opposed to this mad ethnic cleansing plan that the American president has proposed.
You're a really smart person and understands, sometimes things are said and they may hide a different meaning. Do you see any...
You want to hear some huge wisdom? All right, as I'm eating my lunch with all my powders and in my hummus. All right. Do you remember when the Ukrainian war started and there were millions of people flooding out of the country? And most likely, most of them aren't going back to Ukraine. Remember that? When the war started? And as it continued, everyone was worried. And they started flooding into different European countries, and Ukrainians were even coming into the United States. And there's no intent for them to go back. All right? There wasn't a huge outcry about these refugees finding safe harbor in other countries. So why should we not have a similar policy for the Gazans? Why? Why can't we? There's nothing there for them to go to. Now, if they want to go to nothingness and try to rebuild out of it, do you really think that they're going to be a prosperous nation in 20 years? No. They're going to live in squalor for 20 years. So they don't really have a choice. If they want a better life, they're going to have to migrate out of the area. Just like all other wars. Okay, look at how other wars are conducted. I mean, basically, the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip lost. They lost the war. It's obvious. Just look at the amount of destruction. Now, is Hamas completely eliminated? No, but they lost the war. There were still Nazis after World War II. Not all the Nazis were killed. Same thing here. Now, having some sort of restructuring plan for Gaza makes sense. Now, if they have the means to come back after the reconstruction, after the rebuilding, then great. But if they don't have the means, then they need to restart their life. They lost. Now look at every single war when there's a loser. All right, the losing side usually has to admit defeat and accept conditions of the victor. Now think about this for a second. If it was okay for mass displacement permanently for Ukrainians during the Ukrainian war with Russia, that's still ongoing, then why isn't it okay for permanent displacement of Gazans? Oh, it must be, this is a holy land and, it's totally different. Well, what is it? If it's a holy land, it's totally different. Or is it this really is some sort of international affairs, typical, warring countries? I don't think it's typical warring countries. I do think it's of biblical significance. The point I'm making is that Esau has always wanted what Jacob was awarded. Always. Just read the Bible. It's very clear on this. They lost. And so if they want to try to rebuild from after this war, great. But if they can't, they will live better lives somewhere else. And then they can go, well, this is ethnic cleansing. Well, why don't we ship all of these Ukrainians back to Ukraine? Because we don't want the ethnic cleansing that was going on during the war of the Ukraine during Russia. I don't hear anything in the news about shipping the Ukrainians back to Ukraine. Actually, the international community was had open arms for these refugees. Now, there are 2 million or so refugees in Gaza, just under or just over, I'm not sure what the number is, but it's around 2 million. It makes more sense that the Arab communities embrace these refugees so they can have a better life. Now, if they can come back and repatriate into the land that's been rebuilt and have means to be productive citizens, then so be it. Whatever is built up probably is going to be on the open market if the United States does it. So if they have the means to buy it, then nothing's stopping them. Now, my understanding of Gaza is that it's not part of the biblical border. I could be wrong on that. So, but the point here is that they lost the war. They didn't win the war. You really think the Gazans won the war? They lost it. So what are they going to do? Is the international community willing to invest the money, or private sector willing to invest the money into Gaza for the Gazans? Probably not. Probably not. And there's the problem. So it's not okay for them to live in squalor. They need to have, these children in Gaza need to have a better life. Isn't that more important than them having this strip of land? They're really Jordanians. They're not Palestinians. This Palestinian thing is such a modern construct. So why doesn't the Arab community help embrace these refugees like what happened in Europe? Because Esau wants the land that was promised to Jacob. It's always been, for thousands of years, a battle between Jacob and Esau. That is the issue. And I would love to see some sort of expert in international affairs to really sit down and listen to 2,000 years of wisdom.
Any negotiating strategy here that you see that Trump might claim or his acolytes might claim?
I have no idea, and I cannot see anything other than a blank wall in front of me of total acceptance of the Israeli position by the American government. It's not only the president. We've heard also supporting calls from senators and congressmen and other of the American strata of politics supporting this call. So that is the unfortunate position of a whole structure that has been built in the past years in support of Israel.
As you know, and as we've said, normalization is a big strategy, a big goal of the United States, of Israel, etc. Certain Arab countries have always done that, but the crown jewel is your country, Saudi Arabia. Do you see any way, I know you're not in government, but your king and others
Think
have
about
said,
this. MDS bought a Da Vinci painting, or supposedly a Da Vinci painting. There's some scholars are debating if it is Da Vinci or if it's not. I think it is Da Vinci. But MDS bought it for like $450 million. It was the most it was the most expensive painting ever auctioned, ever in human history. Now, if he has the money to spend on a Da Vinci painting, he's got the money to be able to house all of the 2 million Gazans.
Past that there will be no normalization without a pledge for a Palestinian state, and in fact for Israel to get out of Gaza. Do you think that still holds? Can you see normalization happening?
Indeed, and not at all. This morning, our foreign ministry issued a statement rejecting what came out of Washington in the last days. And this has been the position of Saudi Arabia from the beginning. And even before October 7th, if you recall, when Prince Mohammed spoke with one of your...
Don't be fooled. The Arab communities are saying the Palestinians, they deserve their land. No, what the Arab community is saying is they don't want the riffraff from the Palestinians because there's a lot of terrorism that's involved. And if they move them into their country, they're going to be importing the PLO terrorism. Now, in modern vernacular, we're using terms like Hamas, but they're the core of of this whole Palestinian movement, with the fighting between Israel and the Palestinians, is the PLO. These nations around don't want to import that problem, and that's why they keep on shoving the problem to Israel. They don't want to accept the problem. The Arab community doesn't want to accept the problem. Terrorism is an issue. And then you add in, you add in Trump trying to deconstruct the national security state, and you'll have the military-industrial complex kicking and screaming. And guess what? If you push too hard on the national security state and you take away their power or their funding, then they'll plan things. So this is setting in motion where the national security state might go, you know what? Maybe we need another 9/11-like event. Terrorism somewhere, somehow. Exactly how? I don't know. I don't know exactly when. Maybe before the midterm elections. And convince Congress not to do restructuring of the national security state, but to give more emergency power and demonize Trump. That's the chessboard. And you think that the national security state isn't thinking ways on how they can drum up hate for America and create another 9/11? So being a pacifist could harm you. Not engaging in this problem and trying to solve it instead of kicking the can down the road. If we don't solve this problem, we are going to see bad things happen. And you have nefarious actors within our government that may be planning for a 9/11-like event. And just blame it on Trump's policies in the Middle East, and it angered terrorism, angered whoever. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Iranians. It doesn't matter. They'll find some actor, some group, some agent to orchestrate this issue, to orchestrate the 9/11-like event. You can kind of almost see it playing out. It's not so, it's so, that secondary or third step. It's not hard to see this. It's a very high probable event that could take place here with what's going on. So what's the answer? We let this happen? Is the answer do nothing? Well, the Gazans are going to live in squalor. And terrorism will ramp up there. Trump's still going to go after the deep state and restructure it, or try to restructure it. The deep state's going to always try to find a way to stop that from happening, even if it's orchestrating some sort of terrorist activity. The deep state is extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous.
In America, he made clear then that the path to a clear Palestinian state is what we want to see as a result of any talks that we have with the Americans.
All right. Soon, President Trump meets with Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba. Well, I didn't know that. I mean, I'll tell you, Trump is really very active this presidency, very active. Let's talk about the DOGE clock. All right, as the debt keeps on continuing.
Big ideas don't come easy. But when you get one,
White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett joins me now. All right, Kevin, at the end of the day.
Great to be back, Steve.
Oh, it's great to see you again. You've always got a great smile, that's a fact. At the end of the day, are we gonna get the cuts in spending that DOGE has promised? It may be a way off, but at the end of that day, are we gonna get it?
You know, the president is 100% serious about deficit reduction. It's one reason why Elon is on the team. And we've been overwhelmed with the positive response of Elon's efforts. Elon is the hardest working guy I've ever seen. His office is actually over there right next to mine, or close to mine. And it's impossible to like be there however late you are without Elon working there when he's in town. And I gotta say, he's finding things that need to be fixed. And he's fixing them really at light speed. And there's gonna be so much savings because of what DOGE is doing that you should be really, really excited about it. Because we need to stop doing really stupid things so that when we spend our money on the good things, the things that really matter, that we've got more of that. And that's why Elon is doing what he's doing.
Another thing that I forgot to mention during my little monologue about Gaza is the international community, especially the Arab nations, really cared about the Gazans, which they don't. But let's just say they did. They just want to think the international community make the UN think that the Arab nations really care about the Gazans, but they really don't, because they don't want to import their problems. If they really cared so much, why didn't they help make their society more productive, where there were better jobs, better construction, better living conditions for these people? Because the Arab nations don't care. They don't care. They just don't want to import the PLO problem. And so they'll just pass it on to the Israelis. You guys figure it out. Now, the headline will be, we want a two-state solution, so they don't have internal terrorism themselves in their country. But if they really, really, really cared about the Palestinians in the Gaza specifically, if they really cared, why were they living in squalor? Why didn't Saudi Arabia build better conditions for the Gazans so there were better economic prosperity? Why didn't Saudi Arabia invest into Gaza so Gazans could have natural wealth from the oil fields that are in, off the coast, the natural gas, put that in, sell it in the international market to help make Gaza more viable? They didn't. They didn't. Because why? You just asked the question why. It seems to me that the Arab nations don't really care about the Gazans. They may care a little bit more than the Israelis. Maybe a little bit more than that. But they don't really care about the Gazans. Because if they did, they would have had more economic development going on, especially off of the coast where the oil and gas is by Gaza. There's a part of it that's part of Israel, and there's a part of it that's part of Gaza. So the money's there. The resources are there for making Gaza a prosperous place. Now, maybe this is what Trump's thinking, that it's going to be paid for by the oil and gas. But why didn't the Gazans think this? Why didn't they say, we need these resources to be able to build the country? And Saudi Arabia, you have the wherewithal, all the petroleum engineers, the natural gas and oil engineers to be able to do this. You have the expertise, help us. They didn't do that because they didn't care that much. People they need to start asking questions and looking at this thing in a holistic way. It's too simple to just demonize Israel. It's too simple to demonize the Palestinians. There's a bigger play going on here. There's big money going on here. There's a biblical thing going on here. But don't pretend to think that other Arab nations really care about the Gazans, because they didn't want to take the refugees. Now you got to ask the question, why? Every other nation that's in a war-torn situation, refugees get dispersed. But why not the Gazans? Why did the Arab nations kind of close their borders on that? Part of it is they didn't want to import the terrorism. Another part of it is that it seems to me that there's a perpetual lack of wanting to make their society vibrant. Because if they live in squalor, then they'll have the bleeding hearts of the international community trying to demonize Israel to push for a two-state solution. If they were prosperous, they wouldn't get the emotional fallacy dynamics at the UN, and therefore the international community wouldn't be pushing for a two-state solution. So that's why they live in squalor. That's why they keep on pushing a two-state solution. It's too easy to demonize Israel, and it's, again, too easy to demonize the Palestinians. It's a much bigger thing going on here. Why did the Arab nations not be willing to take the refugees? Before October 7th, why did Saudi Arabia not invest heavily into making Gaza a prosperous economic region and invest in those oil fields? Why?
Important extension of Trump's tax cuts. Republican infighting, we are told, is threatening the extension of the tax cuts. Will Mr. Trump be able to get everybody in line?
You know, President Trump and the very, very top people in the White House, including the Vice President, met with House leaders yesterday. And some of those meetings lasted hours and hours so that everybody could be heard, everybody could say their piece, and then they could work together with help from the President and the Vice President to get a deal. And there really was an enormous amount of progress. And it's one of the things that Stu, I guess you and I have been here a long time, not me in the White House a long time, but we've been around a long time. And one of the things that we know, I'm not speaking against White House guy now, just as a guy who's lived in Washington for 40 years, that every time there's a bill about anything, there are always people who want to say this, that, the other, no, I'm not going to vote for it unless I get my thing. And then that's just normal.
Why would someone want to torture themselves and live in Washington, D.C. for 40 years?
And so calling normal politics like some disastrous infighting, I think is just inaccurate. What's going on is the president went there and he showed clear leadership. He identified what he wants to do, and the people in the House were convinced by his arguments, and the vice president. And so I thought there was an enormously positive gain yesterday in that space, and I'm very, very confident that what we want to happen in the tax space and in immigration space is going to happen and ultimately become law this year.
Let's talk tariffs. You said that this is not a trade war, it's a war on fentanyl. Wouldn't it be relatively easy for China to backtrack on fentanyl just a little to prevent the tariffs and get some kind of compromise going? It'd be relatively easy for China to do that, wouldn't it?
You know, we'll see.
We're literally reliving the opium wars in reverse. That's why China is doing the fentanyl. We destroyed China. If you really think about it, the Chinese empire was destroyed by colonialism and the opium wars. And so China's going, well, wait a minute. Maybe we can weaken the Americans before we go to attack Taiwan and have a more greater China. Before we do that, let's flood the market and weaken the Americans with fentanyl. So they're taking a playbook from what Western powers did to China during the opium wars. That's the issue. Oh, payback's a bitch.
Is the president took amazing action to let everybody know in Canada and Mexico and China that it's 100% unacceptable to Americans that 90,000 people died of fentanyl while our neighbors and China were either helping or looking the other way. And that was completely unacceptable. And he used his tariffs to get them to the table and achieved a heck of a lot.
The problem is the supply and the demand. Focus on the demand too, because guess what? A lot of Americans are causing this problem.
And it's not that he achieved it for himself, he achieved it for the American people. There will be many, many fewer deaths because of the actions that President Trump was able to negotiate with our partners. Whether China helps is, it's a thing that we'll have to keep watching. But if they don't, then they're going to have a 10% tariff, which will raise, way more than $500 billion over 10 years if it stays on forever.
It's not going to stay on forever.
Good to see you on the show again.
I mean, that's just an erroneous projection of revenues because it's not going to stay on forever. Why project it out for 10 years? Because before those 10 years are up, we're going to actually see a World War III in the Pacific. I mean, come on. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen peptides. This is a very high quality supplement, collagen supplement. It's a powder. You get a big scooper here. This container contains about a month's supply. You take it once a day. You mix it with either filtered water or a smoothie. I put it in soft foods like hummus or yogurt. Take it every day, and you're going to improve your muscles. You're going to improve your joints. You're going to improve your bones, your skin, your hair, your nails. Collagen is really important to take as a supplement, especially when you get older. Now, collagen's even great to take as a nutritional supplement if you work out, if you're athletic, right? Now, take it every day. I have a very extensive amino acid profile for this collagen. Go to my store to take a closer look at the label. Take it every day. I also have a skincare box called the Anti-Aging Skincare Beginners Box and Advanced Box, where you get collagen. For the beginners box, you get collagen, vitamin C, and the structural nanosilver gel. For the ones that don't know, vitamin C cross-links with collagen to improve your dermal layer. Now, to do that, you need to drink water. So you need to drink about 64 ounces of water throughout the day. Make sure you drink filtered water, take the vitamin C and the collagen. Now, if you buy a longevity box or an anti-aging box of any kind, it's designed to be at a discount. So when you purchase that box, it's already discounted compared to buying the products individually. In addition, you can add on top of the order discount 5 and you get additional $5 off an anti-aging box and a longevity box. So it behooves you to actually buy the anti-aging boxes or the longevity boxes. But the bottom line is this: taking collagen separately or with other supplements is going to do major benefits for your health. Do some resistance training, build that muscle, increase the bone density and improve the health of your joints. When you get older, you start having problems. You can reverse this, but it takes some effort and supplementation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this collagen peptide. All right, and I want to also talk about omega-3. Omega-3 helps your cardiovascular health. How? Omega-3 prevents your red blood cells from sticking too much, so you don't overclot. That's really important, especially since the post-2020 era. And omega-3 helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That means your total cholesterol is improving. And when you bring down LDL levels, you're reducing the chances of building up further plaque. So please go to my store, take the omega-3, take it every day, and improve your cardiovascular health. All right, with that said, let's go to Bloomberg again. But before I do that, I'm going to read where the markets are right now. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,035. VIX is trading at 16.36. Euro USD trade is at 1.03. Oil is trading at $70.63 a barrel. Bitcoin ETF long is trading at 22.76, so Bitcoin is suppressed today. And USD Japanese yen is trading at 151.19. So like I've said before, when the Japanese yen is gaining strength and the dollar is gaining strength relative to other currencies, that's usually a sign that there's stress building up in the system. And that's kind of like almost like a bellwether that the VIX might spike. Now, this might be because of the tariffs issue with the Trump's plan, with China, but there's stress building up. Now, it doesn't mean a major crash or anything, but you just got to be cognizant of this fact that stress is building up in the system. All right. With that, let's go to Bloomberg. They're talking about bread and circus.
Man.
Geetha 8 minutes for what? For 30 minutes? For 30 seconds?
For a 30-second spot. That's when CBS had it. It was a big deal. It was a big deal for CBS. And that was like 20 years ago or 15 years ago. Geetha Ranganathan, who covers all the media companies, including Fox network, she's got a great little stat. $750 million in about 4 hours. That's pretty big money there, Brian.
It's a total waste.
It's big. I mean, we've got essentially
total waste of marketing dollars, marketing a Super Bowl for a 30-second spot once. You're better off using those dollars for a better targeted marketing campaign throughout the year. It's a total waste of shareholder value. Total waste. But we're supposed to believe that it's so important. I'd be surprised if, I would suspect that viewership will be down this year. I suspect that because I think people are pissed off at Taylor Swift and the Chiefs.
Profits.
But to your point, that's actually kind of fun. What you talking? Take a look at that $750 million in 4 hours. So how much is Fox having to pay for this?
Yeah,
a lot.
That's Paul's old bailiwick, so he probably knows.
But did they make money off this, or what is this?
As far back as CBS 20 years ago, when they got the football back, when they lost it, they say we will make $1 profit. And that's basically what Wall Street has come down to. We don't look for you to make real profits on your sports business, but what it does is it just helps you promote the rest of all your properties. So pay attention during the game. How many other Fox properties get promoted during the sportscast?
Yeah.
That's where the real value is. Hey, Brian, just remind us, the sports books in these big casinos in Vegas and everywhere else, they're not really that important to the actual casino, is it?
So for a brick and mortar casino, you're probably looking at about maybe 3% of that casino's gaming revenue coming from sports books. But on the mobile side, and again, mobile betting in states that have both like Jersey, New York, which is 90% plus of the action, that's where you see more significant betting. I think historically, as you may know, Paul, that sports betting has been more important as a traffic driver. You get people into the books, they bet at the tables. The mobile dimension of this is a fairly significant aspect of it.
I love just going to the sports.
Why go to the casino? All right. Why go to the casino to bet when the house almost always, not always, but almost always wins? The house chances are better than your chances. Now, yeah, once in a while you could be lucky, but doesn't it make more sense to do the same thing in the financial markets where it's more of an interpretation and betting on certain patterns in the economy or with certain stocks than to just play roulette or play blackjack? But they want you, the point I'm making here is they don't want you to take charge of your own life. They want you to just get plugged into the bread and circus. Feel lucky, go to the casino. Meanwhile, the house wins and tax revenue is going from the casino to the municipality. But you lose. Focus on bread and circus. So you're wasting your time at the circus, AKA the Super Bowl this year. Meanwhile, you could have been learning something that makes you more productive, or spending time with friends and family on an important, on important occasions, instead of focusing on the Chiefs or Taylor Swift or the bullshit advertising. And they want you to be focused on the bread. Quick carbs. You're going to get the quick carbs. Increase your glucose levels, get fat, but you'll be fat and happy because you lost money over at the casino. You wasted your time watching the circus and you got fat and eating the bread. And then Big Pharma comes in and says, why are you depressed? We have a drug to give you for that. We have an SSRI. You can go through counseling to reduce your gambling issue. We can give you Ozempic so you can lose weight because you had too much bread during the circus. Oh, you can go through, new job training and upscaling of your skills because you wasted too much time watching the circus. See, they create the problem. They think that they're programming you to move in a certain direction. Many of the society does it. And then all of a sudden, bad things happen. And then there's big pharma and big government there to pick up the pieces for you. Make it seem as though they're helping you. So do you really want to plug in big circus and big bread and big casino? Or are you really going to take charge of your own life and think for yourself? This Super Bowl thing has gotten, the whole thing about the Super Bowl has been blown out of proportion in the last 10, 15 years, especially the last 10 years. But this goes all the way back 15 years of it being blown out of proportion. I remember as a kid in the 70s about the Super Bowl. They didn't have the fanfare and the bread and circus crap in the 70s and the early 80s. So now it's become super commercialized. Players are becoming not just a millionaire, but hundreds of millions of dollars air. Now some of it's through their club that they're associated with, sports club, or sports team, or their advertising contracts. But the thing is that these players are making ungodly amounts of money. Why? To throw a football down a field? Are they really productive citizens? I mean, let's be honest. They just want you to be bread and circus, bread and circus, bread and circus, and you, year after year, waste your time. But they want you, they need you to watch that circus so they can keep on increasing the cost of a 30-second advertisement that you don't even want to see. Let's go to CNN. FBI agent writes anonymous letter, interesting anonymous, that's warning Americans. I haven't seen this video, but I'm willing to bet they're going to demonize Trump, and that by doing this broad restructuring of the agencies, the national security state, that it's going to make America less safe. So this is, I suspect, I don't know for sure when I play this video, because this is all real time, and we're going to get my opinion in real time here. All right. I suspect they're going to try to demonize Trump, that we shouldn't be restructuring the national security state, especially the FBI, and that Americans are less safe, and that maybe another 9/11 could happen. But I've been saying this since Trump won the election, that the national security state is trying to brew up something to prevent the restructuring of their agencies. And the only way to stop Trump is to create another 9/11-like event while you watch the bread and circus, while you think you're going to be lucky at the blackjack table or the roulette table, because you know that God's going to bless you at the casino.
Another anonymous and unnamed FBI special agent is defending his colleagues who investigated the insurrection as Donald Trump prepares to boot the men and women who did their duty from their jobs. CNN has obtained this letter.
My speaker died. Hold on. That's interesting.
Political bias or moral judgment.
Through a job history, and a horrific one at that, preventing ISIS attacks, securing a hostage from the Taliban. Another anonymous and unnamed FBI special agent is defending his colleagues who investigated the insurrection as Donald Trump prepares to boot the men and women who did their duty from their jobs. CNN has obtained this letter, and it is unsparing. It's entitled, "Uncommon Sense Was a Common Vice." The author offers what he or she calls a vignette free of political bias or moral judgment. The document runs through a job history, and a prolific one at that, preventing ISIS attacks, securing a hostage from the Taliban, listening to wiretaps.
See what I mean?
To help take apart a violent drug.
The FBI is keeping you safe, even though they wanted to go after conservative mothers because they didn't want drag queens in their elementary school.
Recruiting a source to provide intel on Putin's military, infiltrating a child trafficking operation, monitoring deep cover spies. In other words, take these words seriously. Quote, "Currently, there is an effort to call a significant number of career special agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigations. This is an unthinkable action that will gravely undermine the security of the nation." And these two, about the uncertainty of what happens now. Quote, "I am now sitting in my home, listening to my children play and laugh in the backyard, oblivious to the prospect that their father may be fired in a few days, fired for conducting a legally authorized investigation, fired for doing the job he was hired to do. I have to wonder, when I'm gone, who will do the quiet work that is behind the facade of your average neighbor. It's a really powerful letter, and just to underscore it, it's an amalgamation of the types of people who work at the FBI who are now all in the crosshairs, thousands and thousands of them who may have just touched a piece of paperwork that ended up in the January 6th investigation.
We all saw what happened January 6th. This is the part that I'm really struggling to understand. I'm struggling to understand how anyone could position that as if that was right, as if it was not worthy of investigation, as if the FBI was wrong to do its job and investigate what was obviously a crime that all of us watched happen in real time.
And actually, I mean, don't you remember when Mitch McConnell basically said the criminal investigation is the means to get justice for what happened on January 6th?
Yeah, there was a time that a lot of Republicans came to the table. And so let's also remember that Kevin McCarthy and other Republicans went to the floor within 24 hours of the insurrection and said, this is a problem. Donald Trump needs to stop this. He needs to stop this behavior. The fact that this is happening, I mean, look, this is something that Donald Trump said he was going to do on the campaign trail. He was going to quote unquote get rid of the
Like I said on many videos, what happened on January 6th is not the disease, it's the symptom. The disease is a representative government not listening to we the people. It's not so much even the election fraud. It's the national security state and our representative government not listening to the people that actually vote the representatives into office. And it's starting to boil. And what's happening is that you have an aristocracy that's starting to be created in the United States. And you have the other side of the population, which is the vast majority, considered the have-nots. And when you have this economic disparity and you have a government that's not representing we the people, then what's going to happen is a French revolution. It's not going to be an American Revolution. It's not going to be a civil war. It's going to be a French Revolution. And the people that are going to be targeted are going to be the aristocracy and the ones that support the aristocracy. But you have these experts that want to think that the symptom is the disease. Wrong. Never mix the symptom and the disease. You got to get to the root cause. When you see a problem, start asking why. What's the root cause? And when you find out what the root cause is, you have a better probability of solving the problem. And in the United States, our current anger in the population, in the aggregate, is because of representative government not paying attention to we the people. They're paying attention to the lobbying group. And they're making money doing this with insider trading. That's legal. You know, how does someone that's not a millionaire all of a sudden, you know, after 12 months being in Congress, turns out to be a millionaire? I mean, that's pretty amazing how that works. But they're telling you to go to the casino and play blackjack and watch the bread and circus. Meanwhile, in DC, they're playing around with your tax dollars and making a lot of people wealthy.
He was going to punish people who were focusing on, were investigating January 6th. He said he was going to do this. So now we're actually seeing this come to fruition. And Americans should be very alarmed about this. I think we're just at the beginning. This letter, I can guarantee you, we're going to see more and more of this. I have plenty of friends who worked in the Department of Justice and the FBI during the Biden administration. They know very well people who are terrified
And the fact that
and
this
who are about
letter
to lose
has to
their
be
jobs.
written anonymously because obviously they're afraid that they're going to
Just roll back to 2016, 2017. They were still talking. I remember this very well. I remember listening to the news and they were talking about how the FBI was pushing back on Trump because Trump wanted to restructure the FBI. That was way before January 6th. They were worried about Trump in his first administration because he realizes the national security state's out of control. But they have goldfish memories, so they don't want to tell you the full history of this. Thank God we have open AI, because our little brains can't hold the little data set going all the way back to 2016.
Well, yeah, but he's doing exactly what he said he would do. And I know there are a lot of people who were rooting him on because, as you point out, 76 million people voted for him. But the reality is that this is a very despicable and disgraceful thing that is happening. And I almost feel like, who is defending these people who are being attacked? I know there are these last minute, and I don't want to jump on the Democrats, and I know there are these last minute court orders and people are taking people to court, but I feel as if they're putting it on the people that are being actually threatened and attacked. They're like, here you go, figure that out. There's no way to actually fight what's happening in real time because it's never happened.
CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller joins us now. So John, with those names now in the hands of the DOJ, what happens next?
Well, that is the question. Remember, Pam, this is where the FBI was asked to provide this information instead of providing names because they were concerned of what would occur with these identities. They provided the unique employee identification numbers so that if there was some matter that made them want to need a specific name, that number could be run. But now that they've turned over the names, the question is what does happen next? In other words, the executive order for ending weaponization of the government says that this information is supposed to be gathered, processed, and sent to the deputy chief of staff at the White House, not the attorney general, not the inspector general of the Justice Department. So from a political standpoint, what are their operators going to do with it? Are they going to run the names of 5,000 FBI employees against voter registration records to figure out who's a Republican, who's a Democrat? Are they going to use those names to search social media to figure out what someone said within their First Amendment rights in a post? Nobody knows the answer to that, but to be fired or to have sanctions taken against them in their jobs, that has to go through a process which they have delineated none of. So that is the question.
And the Justice Department, for its part, has said that it will not fire agents who acted in, quote, an unethical manner. But clearly the fear of retaliation hangs over thousands of employees. I want to share an open letter from an anonymous FBI agent. CNN just obtained it, and we've added the voice to that agent's words.
Currently, there is an effort to cull a significant number of career special agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. This is an unthinkable action that will gravely undermine the security of the nation, well beyond what many of our citizens are aware. Something else about me, I was assigned to investigate a potential crime. Like all previous cases I have investigated, this one met every legal standard of predication and procedure. Without bias, I upheld my oath to this country and the Constitution and collected the facts. I collected the facts in a manner to neither prove innocence nor guilt, but to arrive at resolution. I am now sitting in my home, listening to my children play and laugh in the backyard, oblivious to the prospect that their father may be fired in a few days. Fired for conducting a legally authorized investigation. Fired for doing the job that he was hired to do. I have to wonder, when I am gone, who will do the quiet work that is behind the facade of your average neighbor?
Wow. You can't help but feel the sense of betrayal there.
Well, and you can't, but let's look at that from the human standpoint, which is these people showed up to work every day. A lot of these people.
The government should not be going after honest working agents. The government needs to go after non-honest working agents. There were people that are part of the FBI and CIA and part of the NSA that go after certain communities. We know this already. Look at the demonization that the FBI did targeting conservative families because they thought that the parents thought that they should have a say in what is taught in their school, in their public schools. And they were put on some sort of terrorist watch list. That's overreach by the agencies. This is what I mean that they're running out of control. Now, if it was just a caseworker that gets a case and they have to investigate, fine. That's their job. But you have established individuals in these agencies and ones that are running the agencies at the management level that were targeting certain groups of citizens. For sure, they were doing that. Where is that conversation on CNN? Where is that conversation? Again, emotional fallacy. They only want to show one side of it. They want to show you the big enchilada.
Lawyers have master's degrees and so on. They could probably be making more and doing more in any other field of life.
This is breaking news. Trump says announcing next week reciprocal tariffs. Now, I'm not sure against which country. Now, I'm looking at the market here, and I don't see a drop in equities yet.
They came to the FBI to provide a service. They were assigned to these jobs. They carried them out within the Domestic Intelligence Operations Guide, the DOJ guidelines, the law. How do we know that? We know that because cases were brought to grand juries who found probable cause a crime was committed. Cases were taken to trial. 1,600 investigations for January 6th alone, where 1,000 people ended up pleading guilty in rough numbers. So the process was carried out in a very legal way. Here's one of the great ironies of this, which is the Deputy Attorney General, the acting Deputy Attorney General of the United States of America, who is supposedly one of the top people in an independent Justice Department, is pressuring the FBI for names of people who did what. And if you look at the questionnaire, did you provide analytical support? Did you approve documents? Did you participate in arrests? Or were you on an...
Where is the conversation on how the Democratic Party weaponized the FBI with fake dossiers to go after Trump and his cabinet and his advisors? You remember that, right? How could we forget? Thank God we have AI, because our little brains can't hold the data set.
Team, were you assigned as the case as a supervisor? Emil Bovee, the acting Deputy Attorney General, who is the driver in the Justice Department, being pushed by the driver in the White House, was the Deputy Chief of the National Security Branch in the Southern District of New York. When I was working on the New York Joint Terrorism Task Force after the January 6th case, and my detectives and the FBI agents working with us went across the street to the prosecutors to get search warrants, subpoenas, court orders. Emil Bovee was the deputy chief of the section that was actually approving all of those. So his name should be somewhere on that list too. And I don't think a lot of people know that.
That's really interesting, actually. And he was the one that sent that initial
You know what's
request.
really interesting is your goldfish memory and only looking in just small silos. There's a bigger thing going on. That seems to be a trend. You know, everyone has goldfish memory. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin C and the magnesium to boost up your immune system. Take it every day. Take it with filtered water. If you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a double dose. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. Vitamin C also helps to cross-link with collagen to improve your skin. So get the collagen too. Resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. And look at my hair. It's a lot better than Alex Jones's. So resveratrol helps to improve your mitochondrial health. That means you're going to have more energy. It's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. And it helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Senesced cells stop dividing and collect garbage. You don't want garbage. You want to get rid of garbage, just like we got to get rid of the FBI. So taking resveratrol will get rid of those cells, get them to go into apoptosis, and in tissues that have adult stem cells, it'll create a signal that generates new cell growth, new cell division from the adult stem cells. And therefore, the population within that tissue will be younger because they're coming from the adult stem cell. So take this every day. It's synergistic with C60, NAD+, and ubiquinol. You should be taking resveratrol every day, but again, you get the true benefits from it when you stack it with a strong antioxidant like C60 and taking and stacking with NAD+ or ubiquinol. So please go to my store, get the resveratrol. And lastly, digestive enzyme complex. If you're 40 plus years of age, guess what? You're either unhealthy or you're healthy. You don't have any other choice. You're either unhealthy or healthy. I guarantee you that either one of those, your pancreas function is less than it was when you were younger. When you get 40 years of age, your pancreas doesn't perform as well. Now, depending on the level of degradation, depends on your health. But the bottom line is this: your pancreas declines as you get older. So you need to reduce the stress on your pancreas. Now, what does your pancreas do? One major function is to be able to digest your foods. That's the reason why when people have, problems with their pancreas, they lose their nutrition because they can't digest their food. So they lose weight, like radically. All right? But that's not the only thing that your pancreas does. Your pancreas also sends signals to your digestive system in your stomach. And in addition, it also creates insulin. So if you have a weakened pancreas, you're not going to be able to produce insulin as well. And you're not going to be able to digest your foods. So you need to reduce the load on your pancreas when you get older. Taking digestive enzyme complex is going to be able to allow you to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids and reduce the load on your pancreas. That way you're getting the nutrients from the foods that you're eating, you're absorbing that, you're getting that energy, and you're reducing the load on your pancreas. Now, if you work out, take digestive enzyme complex because your pre or post-workout nutrition needs to be digested. And taking digestive enzyme complex will help to digest that food. And that way you're recovering quicker and you're fueling your body. All right. So if you're a marathon runner, guess what? You should be taking digestive enzyme complex. If you are a football player, guess what? You should be taking digestive enzyme complex. If you're a triathlete, guess what? You should be taking digestive enzyme complex. If you're someone that's older and it's not an athlete, guess what? You should be taking digestive enzyme complex. Have you noticed a pattern? That pattern is reduce the load on your pancreas. If you reduce the load on your pancreas, that means when you're older, your pancreas has more life. All right. With that said, make sure you go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off. All right, let's go to Bloomberg here.
But I know that for the markets and for firms, this is causing tremendous chaos because they don't know. One day they think there's going to be tariffs and the next they're not.
Well, and I can imagine if you're the new Japanese prime minister meeting face to face with the President Trump for the first time, and he says, yeah, I'm not ruling tariffs out on you either, that might color the conversation that they're going to have behind closed doors. Wendy, as we know, the Japanese prime minister had things he wanted to talk about, countering China, North Korea, Nippon Steel, maybe.
Exactly. Plus, he was very interested in having the same kind of relationship with Trump that his predecessor Shinzo Abe did. They were very close. They saw alike on many, many things. And so now, Ishida is really hoping for that. But as you say, who knows what they're going to talk about? Trump also just now reiterated his opposition to Nippon Steel purchasing U.S. steel. So we'll see at the news conference where you read out 6 headlines and he hasn't even had the news conference
Yeah,
yet.
exactly.
So that's at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, and it would point out the U.S. Steel CEO met with Donald Trump at the White House this week as well. So I wonder how that informs his statement that he has not changed his mind about that deal. Okay, so obviously Donald Trump is busy as we speak. We'll be hearing more from him later. And this is just the beginning of what's on his agenda today.
Right.
Wendy, later on this afternoon, he'll be getting on Air Force One, going down to Mar-a-Lago, or he will dine with Senate Republicans, who have a very different idea of how his legislative strategy should be pursued. They want a 2-bill strategy. The House is still trying to get its act together on one. Is this going to be a matter of who convinces the president to put his foot down with the other side first?
Well, I'm expecting that Senator John Thune, the majority leader in the Senate, is really glad to be the last group that Trump is talking to, because as we know, Trump often goes with what the last advisor said.
Sure.
And so the House met with him earlier in the week and said, we want 1 bill. Senator John Thune and his party wants 2 bills, as you said. And so it could be that, you know, after this weekend, Trump will come out and say, no, okay, I want 2 bills. You know, he's kind of leaving it to them. There was this description in one of our stories on the terminal that, you know, the House Republicans were there with a whiteboard in a room at the White House, and Trump kept coming in and out, sort of like a MAGA version of a West Wing episode. And, you know, when they were trying to come up with cuts, and Trump told them what he wanted and then left the room, and they came back. But, you know, still they're going to be working through the weekend to come up with something.
Well, and yeah, the Speaker of the House said end of weekend, maybe Monday is when the actual details of this could be announced, even though last night when he emerged from the meeting at the White House, he was like, yep, we've got a framework and we can let you know the details as soon as tomorrow. Clearly, tomorrow is now upon us and we don't know these things yet. It just speaks to the difficulty of wrangling the various factions of the Republican conference in the House, specifically. Wendy, and if ultimately it's the 2-bill strategy that the Senate gets to pursue, that if the president blesses that, how hard will it be to get twice the votes you need in this House with a majority of 1, at least for the time being?
Exactly, and that's why it'll be very difficult, is the answer. And that's why Mike Johnson is very much into the 1-bill strategy, because he knows that if they do immigration and energy or tax cuts and save the other one for later in the year, the other one is going to be very, very difficult to pass. You don't know how much of this disruption and chaos will remain popular with the American people. We don't know, you know, as the midterms then approach, this is the 1 year for governing. And as we get close to the end of the year, the midterms start for 2026, and there's a lot of politicking. And getting a second bill through will be very, very difficult. And I don't know what John Thune's strategy is there to try to do them in 2 bills, except in the Senate it is easier not to have a grand bill that people can filibuster and argue about for days, literally days on end.
Well, and obviously this is all making the assumption that it's only going to be Republicans that push this through. What role do Democrats play here, Wendy? Especially if something like raising the debt ceiling or aid for California and the wildfires is embedded within this legislation.
Well, they can issue strongly worded letters, as they did today with the.
And this is the point that I'm making. The Democratic Party doesn't want to solve the problem. They don't want to help the average person. They just want to make sure that they create enough chaos where it hurts people, and they try to switch the vote to the Democratic Party during the midterm elections so the Republicans lose power. That's all this is about. They don't care about you at all. They care about power, and they care about their lobbying group that is aligned with their political endeavors. They don't want to solve the problem. And this is even being said by analysts on Bloomberg. But they don't say it quite like the way I'm saying it. They sugarcoat it. So you got to scrape off all the damn sugar. And you got to scrape off all the breadcrumbs. And then you get to the, you know, to the kernel of truth of what's really going on in our politics. Balance of power. It's not about balance of power. It's the kernel of corruption.
Ignoring the fact that all that money comes from bills passed by Congress. And so, you know, if anyone sues on this, they may find that it is illegal. But House Republicans are basically, and I should say Senate Republicans, are basically just lying down and letting Trump take their power away from them, because they are, at this point, still afraid of angering him. And the Democrats don't have enough votes to make a difference. They are suing. So we'll see if a judge steps in and decides this.
Yeah, we've seen judges step in already, delaying until Monday, for example, the deadline for federal employees to decide whether or not they're going to take buyout offers, stopping the birthright citizenship order, at least for now. As we consider the other players in this game, though, Wendy, Russ Vought, who was nominated to be the director of the Office of Management and Budget, was confirmed by the Senate.
Yes, he was.
Last night. He was an author of Project 2025. It's pretty clear how he feels about a lot of these issues we're talking about. What will he be able to do at OMB, regardless of whether or not Congress is participating?
Well, right, and he can do a lot. It's a very good question, because Congress appropriates the money, and then he's the guy who actually makes sure it gets where it's going. He's the budget director for the White House, not for Congress. So Congress passes laws to spend the money, and then now Russell Vought, the guy who wrote Project 2025 and said that federal employees should be, I don't remember the exact word he used, but he really insulted them, said that they were horrible. They should feel trauma and they should feel all this pain and get out of the way. And Elon Musk seems to be spurring that along. So he is the guy who decides whether the money gets spent from the executive branch, and then we're back to the Nixon law and the Constitution and all of that.
Well, and then there's Elon Musk as well. That's a factor here in, I guess, decision making at the executive branch level, at least for right now, to the extent to which, Wendy, he is gracing the cover of Time magazine.
Sitting
this
behind the
week,
Resolute
behind
desk.
the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. I cannot imagine that the president is satisfied with that kind of imagery being presented.
That could help people who don't want Elon Musk to be busy, as busy as he is. That could begin to turn Donald Trump's opinion around. No one else has survived Donald Trump with this level of impunity to run around mucking up the government. I mean, Trump keeps saying he'll pull on the leash if he has to, but he hasn't found opportunity to pull on the leash yet. So we'll see whether that continues, or Trump may just really enjoy having the world's richest man flatter him and work for him. And that gives him a sense of, I can make Elon Musk do whatever I want Elon Musk to do, which would fit with his personality.
Well, and then there's also, of course, the other people who may face pressure to try to keep Elon Musk in check in some way, including the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who sat down for a wide-ranging conversation with our colleague Saleha Mohsen yesterday. She began by asking him about the access to the payment system that Treasury granted Musk and those working with him at DOGE. He maintained they cannot control anything. They will not be granted the permission to do so necessarily, but to what extent is that actually the reality as far as we understand it right now?
As far as we understand it, which as you point is not complete, they do have read-only access, but that means they can read and they can go tell Elon Musk, we're spending money on this, that, and the other thing, and we shouldn't. And then Musk can go to the Treasury Secretary with whom he is perfectly aligned, as Bessent told Saleha yesterday, and then it could happen. So the fact that they can't actually push the button themselves doesn't.
What is wrong with finding the corruption and the wasteful spending? That is the problem. Balance of power. You're supposed to be embracing finding corruption and wasteful spending so we have a more productive society and agencies. No, heaven forbid that we have a 25-year-old finding corruption in the government. And this is the problem with the liberals.
Development to see just literally hours after the Treasury Secretary had personally vouched for these people and said he vetted them.
Right, and one of the tweets was, I was racist before it was cool.
Yeah,
which is odd.
Okay, so we'll leave that one there for a moment. There's obviously a lot more in depth that we could go with this, but this is one of those things that has Democrats incredibly angry. They are pushing for congressional oversight of Elon Musk and what DOGE is doing. I spoke last night on the late edition of Balance of Power, Wendy, with the chair of the Oversight Committee, James Comer. Didn't seem to feel like there was a need to have Elon Musk testify before them or for that traditional oversight and accountability role to be played. His argument was that it's because Elon Musk is being transparent about everything that he is doing. Do we have full transparency, though, into what is happening with DOGE, what information they have access, be it from the payment system or other things?
I mean, if you click refresh on X all the time, you will see.
He did make that argument. He was like, he puts his thoughts out on Twitter all the time.
He does put his thoughts out, but they're not detailed.
Are we getting transparency through DOGE? What about the transparency through these agencies that have been flying underneath the radar and not really being fully investigated or have full oversight by Congress? That's what you need to worry about more than the transparency of DOGE. What about the transparency of U.S. aid? What about the transparency of the national security state? What about the transparency of our funding of programs to NGOs? What about that? Balance of Power doesn't want to talk about that because those are the conduits. What about the crazy funding that the NIH had for gain of function research. And we all know about gain of function research now, right? But don't forget about gain of function. There's also loss of function. So it's GOF and LOF. But a lot of people don't want to talk about the LOF, AKA your immune system sucks.
Not just what he's doing at DOGE and whether or not these things are popular, but also the fact that it is him sitting in the Oval Office, at least an image of it, behind the Resolute desk that is on the cover of Time magazine this week. How do you expect the president is going to receive that kind of image?
Kaylee, it's a great question. I think there's something going on here that we've seen before, which is, you know, it's not uncommon to have kind of a bad boy associated with different presidential administrations, usually Republicans, someone who kind of draws all the ire perhaps away from the president and gives the president a little more flexibility to act. So I think there's, in a lot of ways, Mr. Musk is providing a useful tool here for the president to kind of draw some fire and attention and that kind of thing. While President Trump gets a little more flexibility to say, well, I approve of that, but not necessarily that, and that kind of thing. It's a interesting little dance they're doing on a very public stage.
Well, and speaking of the president, as I mentioned, we are getting some playback now of his meeting in the Oval Office with the Prime Minister of Japan. So Lester and Jeannie, sit tight. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's listen to the president's words.
Yeah, I'm going to switch to live now because I think they have a better feed.
I understand that the key point in this regard is to make that for mutually beneficial. That means that would benefit the development of the United States as well as the development of Japan. And I do hope that whatever measures and actions should meet this criteria, meaning that serving the interest of both countries. But as to specifics, I understand that we are going to have further discussion. Correct.
Mr. President, are there any specific concessions that you will be asking for from Japan that you can share?
Oh, we'll be having. I think it'll be very easy for Japan. We have a fantastic relationship. I don't think we'll have any problem whatsoever. They want fairness also.
それはうまく進むと思います。日本は素晴らしいパートナーですし、彼らもここがスムーズに進むことを期待していると思います。これは双方にとってです。
Mr. President, do you have a reaction to the new Time magazine cover that has Elon Musk sitting behind your Resolute desk?
タイムマガジンにイーロン・マスクが大統領の机の後ろで座っている写真がありますけども、それに関するコメントは何かありますか？
Is Time magazine still in business? I didn't even know that. Elon is doing a great job. He's fighting tremendous fraud and corruption and waste. You see it with the USAID, but you're going to see it even more so with other agencies and other parts of government. He's got a staff that's fantastic. He's wanted to be able to do this for a long time, and everybody else knew it was existent, but I think never so much when you look at USAID. That's a fraud. The whole thing is a fraud. Very little being put to good use. Every single line that I look at in terms of events and transactions is either corrupt or ridiculous. And we're going to be doing that throughout government. And I think we're going to be very close to balancing budgets for the first time in many years. I think we're going to be very close to, in addition to monies coming in from tariffs, et cetera, but no, he's doing a very good job. I'm very happy with it.
Will you get Elon Musk up on the podium for us to ask him some questions, Mr. President? Will you put Elon Musk up on the podium for us to ask him some questions?
Oh, sure. He's not shy. Elon's not shy.
Any further deliberations on Gaza, sir? Timetable for a takeover?
No deliberations. It's been very well received, where basically the United States would view it as a real estate transaction, where we'll be an investor in that part of the world. And no rush to do anything. We wouldn't need anybody there. It would be supplied and given to us by Israel. They'll watch it terms of security. We're not talking about boots on the ground or anything, but I think the fact that we're there, that we have an investment there, I think would go a long way to creating peace. We don't want to see everybody move back and then move out in 10 years. This has been going on for 50 years, much more than that. We just want to see stability. That would be having us have that particular piece in that particular location. I think would show great stability and would lead to great stability in the area for very little money, very little price. And we wouldn't need soldiers at all. That will be taken care of by others. And the investments are taken care of by others also. So for no investment, I mean virtually no investment whatsoever, it would bring stability to the area. And others can invest in it later on. But we're in no rush on it. There's absolutely no rush.
President Trump, do you believe DeepSeek is a national security threat, and how do you plan to collaborate on AI initiatives?
On where?
DeepSeek, do you believe it's a national security threat?
No, I think it's happening. I mean, it's a technology that's happening. It's actually, I think we're going to benefit if it's correct what's going on now, that it'll be a lot less expensive. The AI we're talking about will be a lot less expensive than people originally thought. That's a good thing. I view that as a very good development, not bad development.
Mr. President, on autos specifically, in your first term, you tried to tariff autos. Is that on the table still? Are you trying to do that in your second administration?
Auto tariff?
Auto tariff?
Oh, yeah, sure, that's on the table. That's always on the table. It's a very big deal. Because we have cases where we don't supply autos and other countries do. And, we have to equalize it. We have to stabilize it and equalize it.
Will you talk about your president to meet with President Zelensky next week while he's in Europe?
I will probably be meeting with President Zelensky next week, and I will probably be talking to President Putin. I'd like to see that war end. For one primary reason, they're killing so many people. You're losing millions of people on a battlefield. In this case, mostly the battlefield. You have 800,000 or 900,000 Russian soldiers are dead and very badly wounded. And the same thing with Ukraine. You have probably 700,000 with Ukraine. The numbers they gave are a little bit lower than that, but I believe those numbers aren't correct. I'd like to see it end just on a human basis. It's terrible what's going on. They have open fields with no protection. The only thing a bullet can hit is the human body, and the human body dies as soon as it gets hit. Now, I'd like to see that end. It's a ridiculous war. Would have never started if I were president. That war would have never started. Putin would not have started that war if I were president. And by the way, you wouldn't have had October 7th if I was president either. That mess would not have started. But no,
the translators are having a problem because he's not pausing, and so they're making noise in the background trying to translate what Trump's saying, because he's not giving them a chance to catch up.
Rare earth and other things, but primarily rare earth. And we want to have security. Really, we want security because, as you know, Europe is putting up much less money than us. Much NATO, Europe, call it whatever you want. And we're at probably 300 billion plus, so they're at probably the real number is 100 billion. That's a lot of money, but it's 200 billion less than us, and there's an ocean in between. They need it more than us, so we're asking them to equalize and get even. But we're also asking President Zelensky for the security of, putting all this money up, and we're saying, where does it stop? And yet, we want to see it out to an end. We want to see it end. But we are going to be asking for the security. We've already told them of an equal amount of something where our money, I mean, the American taxpayers did for $300 billion. Biden never negotiated. He never told Europe to put in more money. And it got out of hand, just like NATO. NATO, we were paying almost 100% of NATO when I first came in. Everybody was taking advantage of the good old United States, but not anymore. So what, and now, if you speak to the Secretary General of NATO, it was very nice when he was here 2 weeks ago. He said what Trump did was amazing. He got everybody to pay. And to do that, you have to ask. And Biden never asked. So we're in for probably close to $200 billion more than Europe. And yet, obviously, it affects Europe much more than us. So we would like them to stay, to equalize. They have to go more. And from our standpoint, we do want security and all this money that we're putting up.
Next week, sir?
He may meet next week, yeah, whatever, you like, I may also, I could be much, well, I'm not going there. It's,
Are you planning to meet with President Putin, or are you just planning
could be, we've always had a good relationship. President Putin and I have always had a good relationship. That's why it's so sad that it happened. This would have never happened if I were president. It's so sad to see it happen. So many dead people. By the way, so many cities are demolished. They're like, you talk about Gaza? Well, take a look at Ukraine. So many of those cities are demolition sites, demolished. So sad. Should have never happened. All those beautiful golden domes, but much more importantly, all those beautiful people are dead. And it should have never happened. Thank you very much, everybody.
So that was the meeting between President Trump and Japan's Prime Minister Ishiba right there as they were speaking inside the White House just moments ago. You can see that they are shaking hands right there. It does seem as though President Trump might want to speak a little bit more, so we're going to continue to listen in. All right, so the media now being ushered away, but we also saw
that was a free for all. I mean, he didn't focus on stopping and letting the translators catch up. He just kept on going and going and going, and they were really hauling to trying to catch up there. But please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work. All right, you know, we're seeing literally 10 years of history in 1 year in 2025. All right, I've been saying this from early on this year, and even I think I officially said it in December of last year. But the thing is that there's going to be a lot of activity this year. All right, and we're going to try to cover it, you know, the best that we can, and I'll give you my take on it. So please help support my work, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You know, it's a free-for-all. It's not professional. This is not professional grade, but the thing is that the things that I have to say will give you a better insight on what's going on in finance, in economics, in world affairs, and also in domestic policy. And guess what? You're going to learn how to improve your health and some scientific discoveries. So please go to my store, get the products that I offer, like Myotrol. Myotrol is a supplement you take to build muscle and to maintain muscle mass. This is really important, especially when you're 40 plus years of age, because guess what? When you get older, you lose muscle mass, you lose energy, and you start to die. So you want to have longevity. You want to have vitality, build muscle, gain energy. This will help with your mitochondrial health, so you'll have more ATP. You need lots of ATP to maintain muscle and build muscle. Do some resistance training, do some cardio. Take Myotrol every day and build and maintain muscle. If you're an athlete, young or old, you should be taking Myotrol to improve your strength. Myotrol coupled with Gladiator barley is a great stack to build muscle for athletes and for non-athletes. So if you're 40 plus, get off the couch, stop eating the bonbons, stop watching the bullshit, get the Myotrol, start working out, and get healthy. Turmeric brings down inflammation. It's also an antioxidant, so it soaks up free radicals. When you bring down inflammation that's chronic, you're improving your immune system. Also, bringing down inflammation helps with your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, get the turmeric, take it every day, couple it with ashwagandha root and lignans, and that's a great stack to supercharge your immune system and bring down inflammation. Because guess what? As you get older, your immune system weakens. You want to mitigate that. C60, extremely potent antioxidant. You take a teaspoon a day. what happens is this soaks up a lot of free radicals. It's like 1,000x better than vitamin C and other free radicals that people know about, or other antioxidants that people know about. So C60 soaks up a lot of free radicals. Why? C60 is a buckyball or a fullerene, and the shape of it's like a soccer ball, and 60 carbons. And the way the charges move around for that molecule, because molecules shimmer and the electrons kind of move around, all right? It's able to soak up those free radicals. And by soaking up lots of free radicals in your cells and in your tissues, it means the cells and the tissues will perform better because it has less stress. When they perform better, then your health performs better. And when you reduce the oxidative stress, you're actually slowing down the aging process. You're improving your mitochondrial health, and you're boosting up your ATP. So you're getting more energy, have healthier mitochondria, and you're soaking up those free radicals that cause stress. Free radicals also is one component of cardiovascular disease, because free radicals oxidize LDL. So if you have lots of LDL and you have lots of free radicals in your bloodstream, guess what? You got oxidized LDL. And oxidized LDL gets into your blood vessels and deposits plaque through macrophages turning into foam cells. So if you soak up those free radicals, you have less plaque, less cardiovascular disease. If you soak up those free radicals and you boost up your you boost up your ATP, you're improving your immune system. When you improve the health of your tissues, that means that you're improving the health of your organs and your glands. That means your endocrine system gets better. Now do you understand why it's so important to pay attention to the core? This core protocol, max 35s to neutralize pathogens, C60 to soak up free radicals, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to bring down inflammation, and boomer boost powder to boost up your metabolism and increase your energy levels. When you do all that, you're going to do amazing benefits to your health. But just taking C60 alone does wonders. You're going to slow down the aging process because you're soaking up all those free radicals. Why is it so potent, Dr. Paul Cottrell? It's because C60 is a 60 carbon molecule. And there's lots of 60 carbon molecules in this. All right. If you look at vitamin C, which is an antioxidant, it's one molecule, and it can only soak up one free radical. So you have to take lots of vitamin C, and your body can't take enough vitamin C to have the same potency as C60. So the point I'm making here is go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, soak up those free radicals and slow down the aging process and improve your tissue health. It is in your power. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. Do this little experiment. Do it for 1 year. If you don't believe me, do it for 1 year and see the big difference between before you started and after. Take a teaspoon a day. You can get it in 2 ounce, 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration on my store. You can get an MCT coconut oil, which is the one I have in my hand. You can get it in avocado oil or extra virgin olive oil. It has to be in an oil because C60 is lipid soluble. Take it on an empty stomach for better absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout. Why? Because when you're working out, you're creating free radicals. So this is going to soak up those free radicals. And guess what? It's going to increase your recovery time. Magic. Magic. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, again, the proof is in the pudding. You've been watching me for over 5 years. Some people have watched me for like 10. But have you noticed I'm not aging? And no, I'm not a vampire. Another great supplement to take is zeolite. Zeolite will help to detoxify your body. Now you can take this every day, or you can do kind of an intense detox protocol once or twice a year. It's up to you. Zeolite, you take 2 small drops, just small drops, underneath your tongue, drink filtered water every day. If you are the ones that want to do the detox once or twice a year, then take 4 or 5 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. Do that every day until the bottle's done, and do that once or twice a year. It's better to do the maintenance because you're getting rid of the toxins regularly. Once zeolite binds to the toxin or the chemicals that shouldn't be in your body, it allows you to urinate it out in 6 to 8 hours. Okay? And you need to focus on how you're getting those toxins in your body. So it's a change of lifestyle. Clean your environment. Make sure you don't have toxic chemicals in your basement or in your garage or in your kitchen or in your closets. Start there. Then drink filtered water, because there's lots of chemicals in your city water. And then make sure that you stop eating foods that are heavily processed, because the more processed the food is, there's more chemicals in it, and you're just better off not eating it because it's bad for you. It weakens your immune system and it weakens your endocrine system. You don't want that. So take the zeolite, detoxify your body. It also removes heavy metals. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. All right, with that said, let's go back to Bloomberg. Balance of power, I mean, kernel of corruption.
We answered extensive questions from reporters in the Oval Office earlier, so we'll see how on time things are running. But it's an important meeting, and we'll have more insight on it with the former U.S. ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, this hour. We also, of course, have to talk about the jobs report. It is jobs day after all, with cooler than expected figures on non-farm payrolls. We'll get into it with a former economist at the Labor Department, now with the Heritage Foundation. Diana Furchtgott-Roth will be here, as will our political panel, Jeannie Shanzano and Lester Munson today, as we consider the path forward in Congress for budget reconciliation. It's a lot to get to, but let's begin, as always, with Charlie Pellet, who has a look at these jobs day markets for us from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kayla. Line stocks lower across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, and the Russell 2000 index, all in the red right now. The S&P trading close to session lows, down 43 on the S&P, 6,040 right now. That is a drop of 0.7%. We've got the Dow down 330, down 0.7%, and NASDAQ is lower by 225 points, down by 1.1%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares also down 1.1%. The 10-year, 4.49%. The 2-year, 4.27%. Spot gold, little changed, up 0.1%. 28.60 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%, 70.92 a barrel. Stocks are falling as President Trump says he will announce reciprocal levies next week. A slide in consumer sentiment amid worries over inflation also weighed on trading. And of course, earlier in the session, 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time, we got mixed jobs numbers showing a moderating but healthy labor market. Briefly, Bill Ackman says his hedge fund, Pershing Square Capital Management, now owns 30.3 million shares of Uber, citing the strength of the rideshare company's management and saying the stock is undervalued. Uber up now by 9.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues. Right now, back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York with the market reaction to the jobs data. Thank you so much. And I'll just reiterate those figures for everyone here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And look at non-farm payrolls growth in January, just 143,000, lower than the 175,000 estimate. But an unemployment rate lower than the estimate as well, at 4%. Then you have wage growth, which was hotter than expected on both a month-on-month and year-on-year basis. Those figures at 0.5% and 4.1% on average hourly earnings growth, respectively. So when you put it all together, there is some sign of a little bit of weakness here, and the new White House, the Trump administration, is casting blame on the old one. We spoke with Kevin Hassett, the director of the National Economic Council, here on Bloomberg about the data earlier today.
The Biden jobs market was way worse than markets thought. And that's sort of consistent with the rest of our views that their policies were unwise, and there's a lot of cleaning up to do. And I think that if you look at ISM that just came out, the market participants believe that President Trump is going to be able to turn things around. And with these big downward revisions, we can see that there's actually a lot of work to do.
We want to get more insight now into the work ahead and just frankly where we are with former chief economist at the Department of Labor. Diana Furchtgott-Rath is with me here in our Washington, D.C. studio. She's now director of the Center for Energy, Climate, and Environment at the Heritage Foundation. Diana, thank you so much for being here on Jobs Day.
It's great to be with you, Kate.
Well, it's lovely to have you. As the White House is framing these figures of the worst Biden economy than previously thought, but what we're talking about here is an unemployment rate of 4%, which is still historically pretty low. Is that too how you see this data?
Well, I think that there's two surveys. There's the unemployment rate, then there's the establishment data, which is jobs created. And the unemployment rate, those data have just been revised because they revised the population totals. But what's really important to focus on is the establishment data and the jobs created. There was 143,000 jobs created, which is why the market is looking down on this. But it's not so much the number of jobs, it's that they were all in low-paying or government sectors. So if you look at manufacturing, tiny gains, losses in oil, losses in mining and logging, in motor vehicles and parts, when other countries want to buy our oil. And you have President Trump who says he wants to sweep away regulations, have lower electricity prices, have faster permitting, to allow those high-paying jobs to come back to the United States. And that's what's important, that American workers have the upward mobility they need through these higher wage jobs.
Well, when we consider though some of these lower wage jobs and different sectors of the labor market in which migrant labor specifically is relied on, how are you thinking through the deportation effort that is underway and has been accelerating in the last few weeks, and how ultimately that's going to trickle into the labor market?
Well, we see that the labor force participation rate is still lower than it was during before the pandemic. It has not regained its pre-pandemic levels. So there are plenty of American workers who want to do many of these high-wage manufacturing jobs that we're focusing on. The point is to bring these high-wage jobs back to America. There are plenty of American workers who want to do them.
So there won't be any labor shortages with those roles that American workers may not be so eager to.
I'm going off on a tangent here for a quick second. So Donald Trump just posted, I don't know, maybe a couple hours ago on X. I'm reading his post. I will be signing an executive order next week ending the ridiculous Biden push for plastic straws, which don't work. Back to plastic. Well, I mean, that's, great. Okay, we're going back to, straws that work. There is all kidding aside, there is a big problem with micro plastics and what they call nanoplastics. There's been a research study that came out where they took autopsy data, they took autopsies and looked at slices of tissue in the kidney, liver, and the brain of individuals in 2016 and in individuals of, I think it was in 2024. It might have been 2023. But either way, you had these different cohorts, right? For 2016 and 2024. These different tissues, and they measured the amount of microplastics or nanoplastics in the kidney, the liver, and the brain. And they found that brain tissue has an accumulation of microplastics and nanoplastics, and that there seems to be a correlation, but they have not proven causation. But the brain tissue for the ones that had dementia had the highest levels of microplastic and nanoplastics. So yeah, Trump's moving back to plastic straws. But the point really is that our exposure to microplastics and nanoplastics is pretty severe in modern society. And that between 2016 and 2024, it has increased. So more data has to, more studies have to be analyzed on this. But there seems to be a correlation between some types of dementia and the concentrational levels of nanoplastics and microplastics in brain tissue. So just keep that in mind, and it does accumulate in your kidney and in your liver. And unfortunately, as of right now, we don't think that microplastics and nanoplastics can be filtered out of the body. It kind of just stays there. But again, this is like cutting edge research. This is new stuff, and further investigation, further studies have to take place. But there does seem to be a correlation to certain types of dementia in microplastic exposure and nanoplastic exposure.
Xinjiang, capital with low interest rate loans. I mean, Katie, did you know that China is selling a car for $13,000 in Europe?
Another thing that, if I remember right about the study, they were saying that the plastic that has the highest concentrational levels, I think it was polyethylene.
Living well. They take their government money and they subsidize their companies to undercut ours and European companies. Volkswagen layoffs in 3 plants, partly because of these cheap Chinese vehicles. We don't want that.
All right, Diana, thank you so much for joining us for these important Jobs Day conversations. Diana Furchtgott-Roth is Director for Climate, Energy, and the Environment at the Heritage Foundation, also former Chief Economist at the Department of Labor. And as we end our conversation on tariffs, we of course got some news on tariffs from the president in the Oval Office earlier today when he said that he would announce next week reciprocal tariffs on our trading partners. We'll have to await the details on that, but he also didn't rule out tariffs on Japan, as he said he's looking for an end to the trade deficit with that country. All of this happening as he meets at the White House with the Prime Minister of Japan, which is underway as we speak. Shigeru Ishiba is sitting down with him. We expect a press conference to take place at some point this hour. And as we consider what is on the agenda for this meeting, we turn now to an important voice, the former U.S. ambassador to Japan, having just wrapped up several years serving in that role. Rahm Emanuel is with me now. He, of course, also serves as Chief of Staff to President Barack Obama. Ambassador, thank you for being...
he can't say anything nice about Trump. Ran Chicago into the ground.
And to get in return, what are you looking for?
Well, it's across a broad range of issues. One, Japan is our #1 foreign direct investor for the last 4 years. About 1 million Americans work for them. So ensuring there's a stability in that economic relationship is a principled not only trading partner, but then that kind of ripples into the next period for the United States, which is Japan's the long pole in the Indo-Pacific for the United States. The Indo-Pacific is a home game for China. It's an away game for the United States. You level the playing field with your allies. Our largest military footprint outside of the United States in any single country is in Japan. Well over 50,000+ American servicemen and women. It's the only place in the world we have a permanent aircraft carrier permanently based at. In addition to that, whether you're looking at the Quad with India, Australia, Japan, the United States, the trilateral relationships between the United States, Japan, the Philippines, the United States, Japan, and Korea, the constant there alongside the United States is Japan on the diplomatic front. And it's key and essential when you look at some of the export controls that the United States put on and dealt with from China on semiconductors and other high technology. Who's the other partner that walks the walk with the United States? Japan. So when you look at that composure, there's a lot to work with, both on economic statecraft, national security, and also on the diplomatic / political arena.
Well, when it comes to economic statecraft, though, when Donald Trump is suggesting that tariffs on Japan potentially would be on the table, what would that do to potentially this relationship, which you've just been described as being incredibly key in the Indo-Pacific?
Not only for the last 4 years has Japan been the #1 direct foreign investor in the United States, 1 million Americans work for Japanese companies. About 43% is the back of the envelope, so it's not for peer review, but about 43% of that investment is in the manufacturing industrial place. You put tariffs on, you're going to affect a lot of that investment in the industrial area. Second, the United States represents about 9–10% of Japan's LNG. There's clearly a place to improve on that, or Japan can turn to other markets. I think we're the 5th largest United States LNG exporter to Japan. There's a place to be worked on from a nuclear SMR capacity. So there's a lot more economic engagement to happen rather than just tariffs. And I think, in fact, when I was there as ambassador, we improved Japan's involvement with the United States on ethanol and soybeans and beef, a whole host of areas agriculturally, let alone industrially. We're the largest foreign direct investor in Japan. So engagement is where I would start rather than tariffs, because there's more to be gained given you have a willing partner on a whole host of fronts. And again, you're right to say, okay, let's talk about economics, but it ripples and it doesn't stay within a lane. It affects then what are we doing on national security? I mean, before there was a single tank on the Ukrainian border, Japan agreed to go to 2% defense budget, 2% of GDP for the defense budget. They are the largest acquirer of U.S. weapons. They're going to become the 3rd largest defense budget. The entire investment gain in Japan on the defense side is not in personnel, but in equipment, and we're the largest exporter in that area. So there's a lot of leverage points here for a more engaged partnership rather than kind of hostile. Let me also then take this to a separate place if I can. You can have a conflict or a confrontational approach to your adversaries. But if you treat your allies in the same way, you then become isolated. One of the unique things we did over the last 4 years is isolate China in its own backyard. Isolate it more and more in and around the area. If you constantly are confronting allies in the same vein in which you're confronting adversaries, you become isolated. And that doesn't play on America's strength. America's strength is not replicating, mirroring China's might through right through might. China's strategy, the United States strategy, is to replicate its strengths, alliances, values, economic integration. That's where we excel. And if you do a cheap version of China's wolf warrior and economic coercion, you're going to end up in the same place where China's economy is a mess right now. The political sport at home is a mess right now. And doing that will end up with the consequences. We were able, in the last 4 years, to isolate China because of their own actions. Doing the same thing China does, and a poor version of it, will only isolate the United States.
Well, as we talk about Japan as being an ally, the very fact that it is such an important ally was what led to a lot of confusion when the last administration moved to block the takeover from Nippon Steel of U.S. Steel. We learned from the president in the Oval Office today that he hasn't changed his mind on the idea that that deal should not go through. Now that you're out of the administration, looking back with hindsight, do you still stand by that call, or should this be revisited?
But as I said then, I believe and I believed it then, I believe it now. One, the United States-Japan relationship is deeper, stronger than a single economic transaction. Second, 5 years ago, with the United States, when U.S. companies were looking at Toshiba, Japan put up the same barriers that the United States talked about as it relates to Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. Third, about 4 weeks, 5 weeks, maybe a little longer, prior to the Nippon engagement, the United States granted a Japanese company a $20 billion contract to replace all of China's cranes in every American port. Now, I can't speak to what says trusted ally greater than a $20 billion contract to replace Chinese cranes with Japanese-built manufactured cranes that would be manufactured in the United States, because we trust Japan not to use that technology and data to spy on us and to engage in intellectual and economic espionage. That is what good relationship. Will you have disagreements over issues? Yeah. But they're one of the largest purchasers of American weapons. They're a big purchaser of American agricultural products. They're a big purchaser of American LNG. I'm not here to kind of advocate for Japan, but I'm saying engaging an ally, saying, here's what we've got to see, is a better strategy than to treat that ally as if it's the same as an adversary. We have a technological challenge with China. This is not a Cold War vis-a-vis ideological like Russia. It is a technological challenge with China. Japan.
Why didn't the deep state the Biden administration, the Obama administration, align itself with Russia for a two-front war against China. That's the same argument, but they didn't, because the deep state wants to destroy Russia and get its resources. So it's okay to do it for Russia and have a war fronting with Russia, but you can't push back on unfair trade with Japan. It's amazing how they play both sides of the fence. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the nattokinase. This is great for your cardiovascular health. It's fibrinolytic, so it'll help to break up clots. And it'll bring down LDL levels and HDL levels. When you bring down your LDL levels and you increase your HDL levels, you're improving your total cholesterol. When you're improving your total cholesterol, you're reducing the chances of plaque formation. Now, it stacks really well with K2 and D3. Now, K2 helps with bone density, taking calcium, absorbing the calcium, depositing the calcium, doing resistance training, remodeling your bones, get your bones higher density, really important in your geriatric years. There are many people that are elderly that have brittle bones because they didn't do resistance training and they didn't take supplementation. They didn't take, things like K2 and D3 and calcium. Resistance training is a big part of it. You got to do resistance training regularly to make sure that you are depositing new bone. And D3 couples really well with that. So if you want to increase your bone density, take D3 and K2, take calcium supplements. I get my calcium through drinking milk. Some people can't drink milk, but that's how I do it. But taking K2 and D3 resistance training will help with your bone density. Also, a good stack would be collagen, taking the collagen, the D3, and the K2, and doing the resistance training. And if you want to gain the muscle, then take the Myotrol and the Gladiator Barley, and boom, you got more muscle, more density, bone density, and that's going to take you farther downfield when you're in your geriatric years. Really important. So this stack also helps cardiovascular health. All right. So by taking the D3 and the K2, it's been found to actually reduce plaque buildup, plaque depositing in the media of the blood vessel. Now there's a whole protocol for that. I have a longevity cardiovascular health box that you can get. Take a look at that. It has the K2, the D3, and many other vitamins and supplements there to be able to reduce the probability of depositing plaque, but also reducing the plaque over time. All right. You can not just prevent new plaque, but you can actually reduce the blockage over time. But you have to be vigilant. And it's about proper diet, exercise, and proper supplementation, but you can do it. And I do have a longevity cardiovascular box for that. So please go to my store. D3, K2 works really well for bone density and for cardiovascular health. And it stacks really well with nattokinase. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. And again, if you buy a longevity box or an anti-aging box, you get a built-in discount because I priced them lower. And then you can add in the other discount 5 on top of it, and boom, that's a great way to save money. So I've tried to find many ways where you can save money at different price points to get the supplements that you need to target the different systems of your body so you can get healthy. If we want to solve the health crisis in the United States, the biggest bang for your buck is a holistic approach that is about prevention. And two of the biggest diseases that we have, heart disease and diabetes, in most cases, not all cases, but most cases in the United States, is preventable.
They're all
now. Bitcoin up 1.1%, 97,865 right now on Bitcoin. Sources tell Bloomberg Nikola Corp is exploring a possible bankruptcy filing following a tumultuous period in which the electric truck maker has swung between stock market darling and scandal-plagued enterprise. Shares of Nikola down now by 36.4%. Recapping, S&P on this jobs Friday, down 32, down 5/10 of 1% of the 10-year, 4.49%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues right now. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I am indeed Kaylee Lyons in Washington. We're at the White House as we speak. A meeting is underway between President Trump and Prime Minister Ishida of Japan. We are expecting a joint press conference from the two. It was slated to begin actually about 13 minutes ago. It seems we're running a little bit behind schedule after some extended remarks in the Oval Office from earlier. But when that joint press conference begins in the East Room of the White House, we will, of course, bring it to you. And I'm sure the president and his team are eager to get that underway. So he has a pretty jam-packed schedule for the rest of the day. Expected to sign some executive orders later this afternoon before heading to Joint Base Andrews and then getting on Air Force One to go down to Mar-a-Lago, where a dinner will take place this evening with the president and with Senate Republicans and their spouses. The question is going to be, is it an opportunity for those Senate Republicans to convince the president to go with their plan on budget reconciliation? Remember, the Senate idea is to split things up, do two different bills, reconciliation bills, one focusing on border and energy and defense first. We actually just got that resolution outline from the Senate Budget Chair, Lindsey Graham, then deal with tax policy later. This runs counter to what the House wants to do. One big, beautiful bill, roll it all into one. And that is what they spent hours working on at the White House yesterday. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, as of yesterday evening, was suggesting they could have a framework and details out by today. But today he's saying it's going to have to wait until the end of the weekend or perhaps Monday. So things are squishy here, to say the least. And we want to get into it now with our political panel today. Jeannie Shanzano is with me, Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, alongside Republican strategist Lester Munson. It's been a long week, y'all. He's head of the international practice at BGR Group. So Lester, when we consider here, and you spent a lot of time, of course, in the Senate, this notion that the Senate is essentially trying to front run the House, they're losing patience here and want to move first. Is this likely to happen, or does President Trump put his foot down at dinner tonight?
Great, wonderful mystery to have, Kaylee. I don't pretend to know the answer how this is going to shake out. The Senate's been sticking to its plan. The House has been sticking to its plan. It's a great lesson in civics and the differences between the two houses. The Senate is a little more able to resist the enthusiasms of the president and the people, and so their definite views on these issues are a little more kind of solid. Whereas in the House, you can see the speaker and the president want to kind of build up a lot of momentum behind all of these wonderful Trump policies, put them in one bill, and then Yahoo, get all the Republicans to vote for it, because the House is a little more subject to kind of the emotions of the time. So it's, I don't know how it plays out, but it's a great lesson in civics.
Yahoo, Jeannie. Well, when we consider the House specifically, of course, their whole idea of one big bill is essentially because they need sweeteners for people who are going to be unhappy with parts of it. And that's why they want everything included. The hardline conservatives who may not be happy with the level of spending cuts, for example, or things like the SALT cap being raised, at least getting what they want when it comes to the border and energy. If you split these things and you do the border and energy incentives first, and then the tax policy, the SALT people don't get what they want, it becomes less likely that both of those reconciliation packages can get through the House, right?
That's absolutely right. You know, I'm getting a sense that the senators don't feel for Mike Johnson the way I feel for him, thinking about how he's going to thread this needle. You're absolutely right. They want the big bill because they want to put sweeteners in there, because he has a 1 vote, 2 votes, depending on when these specials occur, majority. And this is the challenging part of it. Usually it's the Senate because they have to meet a filibuster. Not in this case. It's the House that has the uphill battle. And so you'd think the senators would have mercy on Johnson, let him try to push through his one big, beautiful bill, but they're not. And I was fascinated to hear Jody Arrington say We still want essentially the one big bill, but if Donald Trump wants to go with the Senate's plan, we'll go with that. So maybe there's an opening there, and maybe it's going to depend really on where Donald Trump lands on this. And of course, he seems not to care so much the process, but he wants what he wants in these bills, and that includes, you know, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, all of those things that he wants to include in there. He seems to say that if he can get all those, he doesn't quite care how this moves forward. So it may be up to Donald Trump in the end.
Well, and add to that list that Jeannie began, Lester, obviously the SALT cap, which we mentioned, but apparently also ending the carried interest tax break, ending tax breaks for billionaire owners of sports teams. Interesting to introduce that idea as he gets ready to have travel to New Orleans for the Super Bowl this weekend. But when we consider all of these disparate ideas, is it likely that he actually is going to get all of it, whether it's one piece of legislation or two?
No, but these are all great negotiating tools and items. I think what the president really cares about is this no taxes on tips idea, which has proven to be enormously popular. I recall President Trump's opponent in the last campaign immediately adopting the same issue as a great idea. So I think a lot of what we're seeing is still kind of shaping the negotiation to come. We've got a long way to go before anything gets passed, I think.
Well, we don't have that much longer to go, though, before some government funding bills or a continuing resolution needs to get passed, because yes, we still have to deal with that by mid-March. And we got some conflicting messaging today, Jeannie, from the Speaker of the House and others, with Mike Johnson warning talks over the immediate spending had stalled on government funding. The House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, saying that Johnson's comment was just projection, since Republicans hold all the power. But does this portend over the coming weeks Democrats not being willing to play ball on these must-pass measures as they have been for the last several years?
I think that's exactly what we're hearing. You listen to Democrats on the ground. They are incredibly frustrated given the first 2-3 weeks of Donald Trump's administration and the way he has plowed ahead with, they feel, little respect for the separation of powers and the right of Congress to control the purse and many other things. They feel that it is the height of insanity for their elected officials in Congress to agree to anything with Republicans at this point. So there is a big debate on the Democratic side. Do we go ahead sort of agreeing, say, with his nominations? And we saw yesterday with vote, the answer is no. And so I think it's going to become, excuse me, Kaylee, it's going to become increasingly difficult for them to, in the face of their own base, if you will, to negotiate with Republicans on many of these things, unless they get very big assurances on things like, say, US aid and so many other things that are critical to Trump. So, you know, the reality is Republicans own it and Democrats are saying, you want to plow ahead like this, you have to bring your own people along. And of course, on things like the debt ceiling, that is a non-starter for conservative Republicans. So it is going to be a real battle in Congress.
So with all that said, Lester, what odds do you put on a mid-March government shutdown?
I still think it's low. I think I know it seems like it's imminent. I think it's still 4 or 5 weeks away. Plenty of time for Republicans to sort out these trivial differences.
Trivial. Okay. Well, and your point is well taken. 4 to 5 weeks can be a long time, as it's been less than 3 weeks since Donald Trump took office. And I think we all know how long these last several weeks have felt, this week included, just given the pace of news that we've been receiving. But Lester, some of the things that Jeannie was alluding to here that Democrats may be looking for example, assurances on USA.
A lot of activity has happened. These 3 weeks, it's not long. It's just that a lot of activities happened, and that usually when you have high activity, it goes by fast. This year, again, I said 10 years of history is going to be packed into 2025. All right. But another side of that activity is that time speeds up, not slows down. Anyone that's been active knows that. Time doesn't speed. When you're active, time speeds up. When you're inactive, time slows down. And that's why the Biden administration, those 4 years, seemed like it was 80. 80 years because it's slow. With Trump, it's sped up. It's like New York pace. These guys, these people, and
I think this thing's about to take a turn in a different way, and what that looks like, and what the priorities are, and how many people actually end up being fired, and that kind of thing is going to be the thing that's discussed. Not so much what's happening today.
Jeannie, do you see this as a phoenix will rise from the ashes kind of scenario?
No, I really don't, and I'm listening to Lester.
She's as dumb as a box of rocks.
They have a little bit of time to resolve their differences, but let's just think back to December. There was no resolution of those differences. That's why they pushed this until March. And so I'm not quite sure what has changed. I mean, you still have Republicans in the House who say, like Chip Roy, there is nothing that is going to change my mind on lifting the debt ceiling. You have to have pay for. You have a president who wants tremendous cuts. The list just goes on and on. So, sure, if they can resolve these differences with, sticks or carrots in some way, they may get to a resolution. But I'm hard pressed to imagine how they do it. The reality has been it is Democrats who have gotten Republicans across the line in the last few years and kept the government open. If Republicans have to do it on their own, which is seeming likely at this point, how do they thread that needle? When do the Chip Roys of the world come along, and what do they get in return for that?
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Lester Munson, our political panel on this Friday. Thank you both so much for joining me. And I just want to point out, as Jeannie brings us back to December 14th was actually the Army-Navy football game in which President Trump, or he was then president-elect, and Republican leadership in Congress all went to the Army-Navy football game. They were supposed to hash out reconciliation during that game. Now here we are on the eve of the Super Bowl with both Speaker of the House and President Trump slated to attend. Still don't know what that reconciliation path forward will look like, but maybe they'll figure it out in New Orleans as they watch the Chiefs and Eagles go at it. We know Donald Trump has been truthing plenty about that. We'll have more ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gel. I have it in a tube form or a quick dispenser form. Use it the same way. They're very high quality structural nanosilver. Have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need it. It's a dual purpose product. It'll help to improve your immune system. You apply it on your skin to create a barrier and neutralize those, wonderful pathogens. And put it on your skin as a skincare every day, as another use case, and it'll help to heal an abrasion, a cut, a minor burn much quicker. Why? Because it keeps it clean. All right. You can put this around your mouth, around your eyes, around your nose, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. Put it on your hands, and guess what? It stays active for 5.5 hours. Much better than Perel. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get either the tube version or the dispenser. Have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need it. It's very powerful stuff. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gel. Like I said, it's also part of the skincare box that I was telling you about, either the beginners or the advanced version, the anti-aging skin care health box. And that will help with the topical layer.
as you're trying to improve your skin. The middle part of your skin, the dermal layer, that's improved by the collagen and the vitamin C, cross-linked with the filtered water that you drink. And the basal layer is improved by the C60 and the resveratrol. All right, let's go to another video here. Right now, live news is on commercial break. And the topic that's on Al Jazeera isn't that pertinent to what we're doing here. Swamp creatures, all right? Duffy fires back at Hillary Clinton's DOGE attack.
I don't know who came over that, but it's like that. It's like that. I'm gonna call the vote.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is with us. Well, like everybody, I mean, you know, it's all shock and awe, but when you go back to the DEI policies, and we didn't really, the word woke was not a big part of the vernacular, even in Donald Trump's first term. But when they put in DEI policies that would allow the hiring at the FAA of people with intellectual and psychiatric disabilities, and I read that was shock and awe to me. What was your reaction?
Well, you know, so I want to look at what was the focus of the department, right? The main focus, back to the history, was safety. The problem is they were focusing on, as you mentioned, the environment, EVs, changing language for social justice. They want to be politically correct. And when you don't focus on your systems and your safety, bad things happen. And so I look at this last week. You haven't seen anyone drain the swamp more than Donald Trump has done in the last week. And when you do that, these swamp creatures raise their heads like Hillary Clinton has, and they push back and they lash out even though they're irrelevant. But it goes to the point that our transportation system, our air traffic control system, we're using World War II technology. And it should have been updated, you know, 10, 20, 30 years ago. And so, again, I think Democrats right now, they're upset about Elon Musk. But in my position, I have had conversations with Donald Trump. He says, listen, I want the best system in the world, the most technologically advanced system in the world. Talk to the best minds. So I'm going to go to the Hill, talk to the best minds. I'm going to go to industry, talk to the best minds. But the guy who launches rockets into space and catches them when they come back down, I sure as hell am going to talk to that guy too. It'd be malpractice if I didn't. And these lefties lose their mind when we're going to move at the speed of Trump or Elon Musk. They want us to move at the speed of bureaucrats. And so, again, the woke policy, it's gone. It's safety first and reforming air traffic control that's going to make the system not just safer, but more efficient. So you're not going to have canceled flights or delayed flights. You're going to have an air traffic control system that works. So I was talking to Elon. I said, "What can we do this, Elon? What, 2.5, 3 years can we make this happen?" And he was like, no, 2.5, 3 years, no. We could do this in 1 year. When you have these 22-year-old young people who are smart and can engage and give us good advice, we'll move at the speed of business as opposed to the speed of bureaucracy and government.
You know, to be an air traffic controller, you need really, really critical skills. You need to be able to multitask like nobody else. You need to be able to make fast decisions. You've got to be very smart. And I kept reading all these stories about people that would get 100% on an exam to be an air traffic controller that wouldn't get hired, and we find out later why. And that to me is frustrating. Do you believe that that within a year we can hire the personnel that is needed and upgrade the avionics, the electronics that are necessary for our air, you know, for the air that we fly in to be safe, airways to be safe?
So we can walk and chew them at the same time. So we can work on the air traffic control system, as well as we have a plan to get rid of the bottlenecks, get more of the smartest kids into the air traffic control academy. But Sean, once they graduate, it takes them 1 year to 3 years to get trained up in a tower. So that's going to take time. But I'm going to make an offer to air traffic controllers to let them stay longer. That's my authority. I can offer them the chance to stay longer past the mandatory retirement age of 56, pay them more, give them a bonus, keep them on the job, make the system safer, alleviate the pressure on the controllers. They'll make more money. Hopefully they'll say yes to that great offer and make them in the coming days.
By the way, that's a brilliant idea. Mandatory retirement at 56, that's insane. These are the best, most experienced people. Yeah, brilliant idea. Sean, please keep us updated. Congratulations on your new position, and
When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I would be.
But here I am, being me.
Keep being you and ask your healthcare provider about the #1 prescribed HIV treatment, Biktarvy.
Biktarvy is a complete one-pill.
Well, let's go back to Bloomberg here while we're waiting for the Trump news conference with the Prime Minister of Japan.
National said paid for taxes in 2023, and foreign multinationals operating in the U.S. paid the U.S. government only $57 billion in taxes. And so they have 3 times the GDP we do, globally. We're about a quarter of GDP. And we're paying $370 billion, and they're paying $57 billion. And that's not reciprocal. That's something fundamentally different. And what President Trump wants us to do is to come up with a really smart program that includes trade policy, tariffs, and revisions to the tax code. And he wants us to make it work so that America's on a level playing field again. And the reason he wants to do that is not because of the numbers, it's because of the people. The people in America who don't have jobs because we're paying $370 billion a year in taxes to foreign governments in order to incent our companies to not create jobs here, but create jobs overseas.
Kevin, you mentioned Europe, but it sounds like you're talking about Europe. What's the ask of the Europeans?
The president is going to negotiate with the Europeans. He's going to negotiate with everybody. And at the time when he does that, you'll find out what his asks are specifically.
That was Kevin Hassett, the director of the National Economic Council at the White House, earlier in conversation with our colleagues on Bloomberg Surveillance. And note he said one key word there as part of his answer, this notion of reciprocal trade. We've also heard a little bit about that from the President of the United States today, who is meeting still as we speak with the Prime Minister of Japan, Shigeru Ishiba, and they sat down in the Oval Office at the beginning of their meeting. The president answered a lot of questions from reporters, including whether or not tariffs would be in play for Japan potentially. He did not rule those out. He also said he's going to have an announcement on tariffs next week.
I'll be announcing that next week, reciprocal trade, so that we're treated evenly with other countries. We don't want any more or any less. So I'll be announcing that next week. And many other things having to do not even with trade, but other things.
So I guess please stay tuned for what those other things are. But when we consider the other things that are likely to come up in the meeting between these two leaders as they continue to do so behind closed doors before a scheduled press conference that is clearly running late at this point in the east room of the White House, we consider the U.S.-Japan relationship with Nick Waddups, who covers national security for us here at Bloomberg. He's joining me in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Nick, when you put aside the kind of economic questions here, which clearly there are many, as Donald Trump talks about trying to end the deficit with Japan, there are also important geopolitical questions likely on this agenda, including countering, say, China in the Indo-Pacific. How crucial is the Trump-Ishiba relationship in doing that?
Well, I mean, that man-to-man relationship is going to be really important. I mean, based on past precedent, Japan essentially in Trump's first term put a huge priority on the relationship between Trump and the then prime minister, who was later assassinated, Shinzo Abe, and that was really seen as the conduit through which everything went. So you did have a situation then when essentially amid all the Sturm und Drang, the back and forth between the U.S. and many of its allies, Japan was largely spared from any of that. And at the time, a lot of that was really put down to the relationship between the two of them. So what you're seeing here is an attempt, I think, by Japan to essentially do a redux of that and try to establish a personal rapport and use that as the basis to proceed. Big question, of course, is how they're going to do that. Japan wants to expand its military. That may be something Trump likes to hear. So to see how it goes.
Well, and would it be expanding the Japanese military in exchange for not having to have as large of a US military presence in Japan, which obviously is substantial as the administration kind of thinks about the US footprint throughout the world?
Right. I mean, so this was the one place where there was a bit of an issue between the US and Japan last time was Trump's argument that other countries are not paying enough for US troops to be stationed on their soil. It should be mentioned, at least according to people we speak to, that the US has a very, very good deal with Japan. They pay for a lot, but Trump has often wanted more. But I think the way that they're going to see the quickest way to Trump's heart is through defense spending and saying, listen, hey, we want to increase our defense spending. We're boosting our military budget. And by the way we're going to do that is spend on weapons from the United States. So that will be music to Trump's ears. And I think through that, they're hoping to avoid any conversation about the basing issue. They want to keep the US troops there. They'll say, listen, let's not open up this can of worms on the basing agreements and stuff like that, but we'll buy a bunch more weapons.
Well, and when we consider this defense positioning overall, yes, it's about countering China, as mentioned earlier, but how much is this also about North Korea? Other things happening in the Indo-Pacific?
I mean, they all play a role. The big question for us is who is going to have Trump's ear on these issues. North Korea was a big priority for him in the first term. He thought that he could get the deal with Kim Jong-un. They met a couple of times. They had a big summit in Hanoi. Obviously, nothing ever came of that. You had absolutely no contact between the Biden and North Korean governments in the last 4 years. Whether or not they want to make that a priority again, we do have evidence, obviously, that North Korea has only continued with its nuclear program. That is a concern for Japan and for South Korea and others. But the big question is who's going to make that a priority amongst Trump's inner circle. And right now, as far as we can tell, North Korea is just not really on the agenda that much. China is to some extent, but really through the tariff and economic lens, we haven't really seen sort of geopolitical play here where they're trying to push back against Chinese influence. It's much more sort of dollars and cents.
Well, and on the tariff idea, which again we heard from President Trump about earlier, not rolling out tariffs on Japan either, how do those kind of economic relationships then color the national security oriented relationships? If Japan is a key ally in countering these US adversaries, and then you slap tariffs on goods coming from Japan, I would imagine in some way, at least, that is disruptive.
Right. I think it would be very disruptive. However, I mean, when listening to the remarks from the president just there, I mean, in what circumstance would President Trump ever say he is not going to consider taking punitive action against anyone? I mean, I just can't imagine he would say, no, we're not going to think about tariffs against Japan, because it just fits into the whole sort of leverage, counter leverage, negotiating tactic situation that he sees. If he can create some butterflies in the stomach for an ally like Japan, who knows what that will do? Maybe they'll just say, okay, well, let's tack on a few extra $1 billion on defense spending or whatever it may be. So I just see it as, my sense is that there is not a plan in the works to tariff Japan. It's just a little bit of another one of those things where Trump sort of likes to goose allies and adversaries alike.
Okay, so then let's talk about a plan that we do understand is in the works. The Munich Security Conference is next week, begins next Friday. Our reporting indicates that the administration is preparing to present a peace plan for Ukraine in Munich. We heard from President Trump in the Oval earlier the suggestion that he could be talking to Putin and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky soon. I'm not sure we have real firm details about that, but what do we know about the conversations underway and what could happen next week?
I think what we're seeing is a gradual sense that they are getting closer to some notion of what conversations around resolving this war will look like. I'm not sure we are at the point where they're going to put a formal document on the table to say, sign at the dotted line, this is what we see as our vision, but really more, they've been talking about this a lot. Keith Kellogg, who's the president's advisor on Ukraine, has been talking about this a lot. They see Munich as a place to really jumpstart these conversations and say, okay, here are our outlines, here's what we're thinking, let's have a conversation about that. On the Putin and Zelensky possibility of a meeting, I mean, we know the president wants to meet with Vladimir Putin. He has obviously met with Zelensky before. He is not going to be going to the Munich Security Conference. That'll be J.D. Vance. I'm sure if Zelensky goes, he and Vance will meet. But we're not really tracking a sort of formal tete-a-tete between President Trump or between him and Zelensky right now.
Well, and do we have a sense of whether, and I guess we've gotten some hint of this from Zelensky, if the US is like, okay, yeah, let's make a deal, we're pushing this now, we want to get these conversations started, that all parties here are ready to come to the table.
Right.
We've reached that point.
I mean, well, that's the big question. And it's why I think you've seen sort of reality settle in with a lot of the Trump administration on Ukraine, which is, he says, okay, I can resolve this thing within 24 hours. Then they said, oh, maybe it'll take 6 months. I mean, you have to have partners, or maybe you don't even call them partners, as Russia a partner, come to the table. And right now, Russia has given no indication that it really wants to actually sit down and have formal negotiations. So as much as Trump wants a deal, at the moment, it sort of looks like Russia is not willing to play ball.
And finally, just to go to one more part of the world that was mentioned by the president earlier in the Oval Office, he was questioned once again about the U.S. plan when it comes to Gaza after obviously the Riviera of the Middle East remarks earlier this week. He reiterated that they wouldn't need, he said, U.S. troops in Gaza. Are we getting a clearer picture of whether this is actually the plan as we understand it, or is this more just bluster and trying to, give Israel a better leveraging position?
So I think what my interpretation of this, listeners feel free to disagree, but we have heard some indication from the folks around Trump that really this is another negotiating tactic that is designed to put pressure on other countries in the region, which is, hey, Egypt, Jordan, you guys got to step up. You got to do something. Saudi Arabia, do more. If you say you have the interests of the Palestinians in mind, you need to do more for the Palestinians. If you don't do something for the Palestinians, we are going to do something for the Palestinians. Whether there would actually be a plan for the United States to take over Gaza, I mean, I think the likelihood of that is extremely remote, and you should see this more as, again, an effort by President Trump to sort of make folks in the region sit up and take notice and think, okay, what are the possibilities that he could do something here, and what do we need to do in response?
All right, Nick Wadhams, who leads our national security coverage here at Bloomberg. Thank you so much for taking a trip around the world with me here on Balance of Power. We much appreciate it, though. Again, the focus today is on the relationship, specifically between the U.S. and Japan, as we are still awaiting that news conference in the East Room of the White House, a joint presser between President Trump and Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba. We will bring that to you when it begins here on Bloomberg TV and radio, with, of course, many still outstanding questions, including the economic relationship between these two countries, whether or not they actually can get rid of Japan's trade surplus with the U.S., as the president suggested in the Oval Office earlier. And will we get more details on those reciprocal tariffs supposedly being announced next week? They'll have more on Bloomberg Business Week. I'll be back for more analysis on the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAC. NAC is a supplement that I've added to my stack. The reason why I've added it to my stack is because it boosts up glutathione levels. By boosting up your glutathione levels, that's another vector to soaking up free radicals. And again, the whole idea here is the more free radicals that you soak up, the better off you are in improving your health and reducing oxidation within your cells. So NAC also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney and helps to calm your central nervous system. It reduces anxiety. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take NAC on a regular basis, add it to your stack to boost up those glutathione levels and to detoxify your liver and your kidney. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com and get the Ubiquinol. Ubiquinol will boost up energy levels, improve the health of the mitochondria, soak up free radicals, and help protect neurons. Ubiquinol is extremely important to take when you're older, 40 plus years of age, to protect your neurons. You want to protect your neurons. Why? Do you want to have geriatric problems walking? Do you want to have geriatric problems thinking? Do you want to have dementia? Do you want to have issues in being able to coordinate your body? I suggest that you take Ubiquinol. NAD+ is another great supplement that I've added to my stack. Why? It boosts up energy levels. Are you starting to know that? Are you starting to notice some sort of theme here? Soak up free radicals, boost up energy levels, bring down inflammation. So NAD plus boosts up energy levels. NAD plus also helps to repair DNA damage. And as we get older, we accumulate DNA damage. All right, so we overload our body being able to repair it. So NAD plus helps the repair of the DNA damage. In addition, NAD plus helps to protect neurons. It's synergistic with ubiquinol. It's synergistic with C60. It's synergistic with resveratrol. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAD plus. Repair your DNA. Boost up those energy levels. All right. Bloomberg is still recycling here. I'm surprised it's taken so long for Trump to speak after the negotiations with Prime Minister. Let's go to CNN. They published this 20 minutes ago about Musk and the Times cover.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and exclusive access to all things VIP. So you can super fan from it.
Do you want to talk about the Time Magazine cover?
So good.
It's so good. I love the detail, well, all of it, but the detail of Elon Musk holding the paper coffee cup. But you know, why are we making a thing of this? Because we know Donald Trump loves Time Magazine so much, loved being on the cover, loved being the person of the year again. And the idea that this person is getting this kind of attention, you know, you would think on its face he would be upset about. I was told by somebody close to him this morning that we're all getting it wrong, and that he loves the fact that he can be the superhero in the eyes of Trump world, and that Elon Musk can be the ultimate villain.
Right. I get that as a shield for a lot of the criticism, perhaps. It now goes to Elon Musk, and so it's not going to the president. I would say that is true until it's not. So we'll see. You know, Donald Trump took multiple occasions in front of the press today to say, Elon's only doing the things we agree with. You know, where we disagree, Elon's not going to be allowed to do those things, is basically what his message was on a couple of occasions this week, which indicates to me that, like, this is still a marriage figuring itself out. And if indeed there are too many time covers, I don't know if that will still be Donald Trump's perception that it's really ultimately a good thing.
The President of the United States, the Japanese Prime Minister, spoke to reporters in the Oval Office. Let's watch.
Mr. President, do you have a reaction to the new Time Magazine cover that has Elon Musk sitting behind your resolute desk? タイムマガジンにイーロン・マスクが大統領の机の後ろで座っている写真がありますけども、それに関するコメントは何かありますか?
Is Time Magazine still in business? I didn't even know that. Elon is doing a great job. He's fighting tremendous fraud and corruption and waste. You see it with the USAID, but you're going to see it even more so with other agencies and other parts of government. He's got a staff that's fantastic. He's wanted to be able to do this for a long time, and everybody else knew it was existent, but I think never so much when you look at USAID. That's a fraud. The whole thing is a fraud. Very little being put to good use. Every single line that I look at in terms of events and transactions is either corrupt or ridiculous. And we're going to be doing that throughout government. And I think we're going to be very close to balancing budgets for the first time in many years. I think we're going to be very close to, in addition to monies coming in from tariffs, et cetera, et cetera. But you know, he's doing a very good job. I'm very happy with it.
But Elon Musk on the podium for us. Let's go back to Bloomberg here.
Bill Ackman says his hedge fund, Pershing Square Capital Management, owns 30.3 million shares of Uber, citing the strength of the rideshare company's management and saying the stock is undervalued. Uber shares today surging by 7.9%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I do appreciate it.
I do want to remind everyone too that we are awaiting word from the White House. U.S. President Donald Trump and Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba are set to hold a news
Yeah, I'm going to go to
conference.
CNBC. I'm going to CNBC. They're talking about the Fed rate cut is off the table because of tariffs as they come through. This was 7 minutes ago. I don't think the Federal Reserve is going to cut rates. I really don't. I'd be shocked if they do.
My next guest says the data will reassure the Fed that its decision to pause was justified, and she thinks we get 0 more cuts this year. Joining us is Diane Swank, Chief Economist at KPMG and CNBC Senior Economics Reporter. Steve Leisman, welcome to you both. Diane, I am going to go right to you because last time we talked just a week or two ago, we were still thinking a couple of cuts, and now you think are they really off the table entirely?
I think they're off the table if we really believe that tariffs are coming through, and I do believe we're going to see some tariffs. Now, how much we see in tariffs does matter, and how much they stay on matters, how long they stay on. But once you put tariffs in motion and once you actually apply them, they're very hard to peel back. And the escalation, as we saw, even with just a few days of escalation that we saw in the beginning of February, was pretty dramatic. So things are moving at a fast pace, but this is important because the Fed has enough information today to feel confident that they move to the sidelines. The economy is on solid footing, the labor market is still strong, and that the revisions that we saw to 2024 were more for the first half of the year. The back half of the year actually saw upward revisions, especially late in the year, which underpinned the strength that we saw in consumer spending, notably in services. That's really important because that's the part of inflation that's been the stickiest.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve, the shocker today, the absolute headline. It was not, remember how much we talked about the jobs report yesterday? And then at 10 a.m., consumer sentiment comes out and it drops and expectations drop and the near-term one-year inflation expectations jumped a full point to 4.3%, one of the biggest jumps we've ever seen, and 27% of consumers spontaneously cited tariffs as a reason.
It's remarkable. Let's be clear the tale of tape, guys. If you have the S&P 500 futures chart, the market was fine and cool with the jobs number. So we shouldn't be saying that the market's down or mixed. It was up from 8:30 to about 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, this shocker comes out. What you're looking at there, which is interesting, is 2 legs downward, and I can tell you exactly what happened. The first leg is the 4.3% one-year inflation rate, and I'm going to come back to Diane in just a second. And the second leg down is the wire moment when Trump said reciprocal tariffs.
Right, that also
so
happened.
The president is doing all he can to tank his own stock market and his own economy. If you don't mind, I think you can get off that. All of that sums up as more and more people moving into the swunk Fed camp. If you look at the probabilities now, what you'll see is that they're really barely in one, and they cannot get to 2. So what are those numbers there? That's they're
yellow is, call it dawn,
yellow
and blue is
before
now.
Oh, dark 30, as we like to say. And you can see there's still one cut baked in, but they can't get to that second cut. And they're not really all that wonderfully happy about the first cut either. So it's there, but as long as these inflation numbers are high, and I would point out when he interviewed Neil Kashkari this morning, he said, I'm wait and see.
And did even Goolsbee, am I wrong, was he on the wire saying potentially this is not an economy that looks like it needs more cuts? He's been one of the biggest doves.
He has been a dove. I didn't see those Goolsbee headlines, so I'll take your word for it. But Kashkari's like, I do think we can go lower. However, I gotta wait and see what happens on the fiscal side.
Diane, there are some, Nancy was all over it at Piper Sandler. I mean, to her, she sees signs that core inflation is reaccelerating. We were all excited when shelter inflation finally started to moderate. When core PCE and core CPI the past few months, that's what got bond yields with 10-year back below 4.5%. But she says, look at them too. Look at just kind of different signs of price pressures and these she's sort of saying it's not idiosyncratic. There's a reason that we keep having sticky inflation, and maybe we're not going back down to 2% anytime soon.
Well, and that's the clear issue. Underlying inflation rate, once you strip out the shelter costs on the super core service sector inflation, that's running well over 1% what it was pre-pandemic. And unless we get that to slow down a lot, we're not going to see the improvements in inflation that we need to see for the Fed to feel fully comfortable in cutting again, and that the target rate that we see on inflation will return to the Fed's target anytime soon. And that's one of the key issues. We saw during the holiday season, we talked about this before, incredible number of vacations, record number of vacations in the month of December before we got to the actual holiday break, which also broke records. And coming into the year, we're seeing a lot of things like airline fares continuing to go up. That, which my daughter, I think, single-handedly helped do by buying last-minute tickets to come home for the holidays. But I think these are important things to remember because those are parts of the service sector that remain buoyant. Now, there was an imprint on the job numbers in terms of the fires in California. We had 591,000 people who could not go to work because of inclement weather. That is the highest January on record going back to 2011, which there was big blizzards that disrupted it. So we did see some weather effects in there. And also there were layoffs in the accommodation food services sector, which I think were very much related to the fires in California.
And
All right, so let's go back to Bloomberg here for a sec.
Of the disruption of those last month.
Yeah, definitely geographic impacts both on the West Coast and then up in the Northeast. It varies by industry as well as by specific location. We see, especially on the East Coast, a lot of manufacturing was hit as well as on the West Coast. And we'll continue to see things rebound. In fact, we're seeing a little bit of an uptick already with construction and relief efforts and things of that nature. So it's just a really fluid and moving dynamic sector right now.
Hey, one of the things I want to ask you as we await for President Trump to make some comments along with the Japanese Prime Minister, they have been meeting today. They are expected to hold a press conference soon from the White House. We'll take everybody live there when that happens. In the meantime, though, Amy, how much of, I'm curious, the conversations you are having with your clients, with corporations, or those who are involved in corporate hiring, you know, where they're saying, you know what, we're just going to kind of take it day by day, week by week, month by month until we get more clarity about policies coming out of the White House?
Carol, you're exactly right. I think it's too soon to tell. We're monitoring it closely. Other employers are monitoring it closely. I will say the one thing that really employers have in the back of their head is going through COVID taught them the sense of resiliency and how to quickly adapt and be agile and shift. So I do think there's a sense of confidence within the employers that regardless of what the policies shake out at, that they will be able to adjust and swiftly take action to ensure business continuity. So I think that's what they're focused on right now.
In terms of companies not being able to get all the employees that they need, how does migration into the U.S. factor into the equation and how that could go down during this administration?
Yeah, I think
all right, I'm going to go
watching
to live now
impact
here.
of that.
Speaker of the House is talking about, I think, his meeting with Netanyahu.
As Prime Minister Netanyahu said Tuesday at the White House, when our enemies see daylight between Israel and the United States, they will exploit it. We all know that is true. And that's why strong, decisive leadership is so crucial in this time. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu both understand that peace is secured through strength, not appeasement, and not by turning our backs on our allies. Before he even took office in January, President Trump and his team helped secure the ceasefire agreement and the return of American and Israeli hostages. This week, he announced a plan to exert maximum pressure on Iran and its proxies who terrorize the Israeli people and the world. This is what decisive leadership looks like. And with President Trump back in the White House and Republican control of Congress, America will not turn its back on our national security priorities. Our support for Israel remains ironclad. We are truly grateful to Prime Minister Netanyahu for joining us today, and I'll turn it over to him for a few remarks.
Mr. Speaker, Mike, thank you. I have developed, as you say, a very warm personal bond with you. I think you're an extraordinary leader. You have the job of passing historic legislation in 0 time. So, but we exchange a few tips on how to do that because we both know what coalitions are. But I have to say that I'm impressed with your leadership, with your initiative, and for me, most of all, your friendship to the state of Israel, the Jewish people, the Jewish state. The American-Israeli alliance has never been stronger. I'm now completing a week which began with an extraordinary meeting with President Trump. And under his leadership, the critical decisions that show his commitment and the American people's commitment to Israel have come to the fore instantly. First, he renewed immediately the supply of weapons that had been stopped, which we need as we're fighting for our future, for our existence, and for the broader Middle East in the Southern Front War. He immediately released those weapons. He issued yesterday these sanctions on this scandalous and corrupt organization, the ICC, that threatens the right of all democracies to defend themselves by themselves. And he's done so many things in the interim, just in 2 weeks. But I was deeply moved by the reception that we got, the substantive things that we discussed, making sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, and also making sure that Hamas is destroyed. We're not going to have a future for Gaza or for a future for peace in our part of the world if Hamas remains there. And we agreed on many things, but I think it sets the tone for this great strengthening of the American-Israeli alliance. It's not only an alliance between governments, it's an alliance between peoples. This is the house of the people. And you, Mr. Speaker, represent the American people that overwhelmingly support the state of Israel. You know, I was driving through Washington. I look outside. There are people on the sidewalks. They see, you know, the limousines pass. And they all go like this. They all go like this. They all support. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's the spirit that animates you and so many of your colleagues here. And I want to thank you again. And I want to say, you're invited to Israel this year in Jerusalem. I know you're busy, but find space to do that.
I can't wait.
You'll be welcome on the red carpet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Again, that was just a bit earlier today as we were hearing from House Speaker Mike Johnson as he hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for a meeting at the United States Capitol. Now, following this meeting, Speaker Johnson and Prime Minister Netanyahu delivered remarks that you just heard there about the enduring U.S.-Israel relationship, and Speaker Johnson thanking Prime Minister Netanyahu for his commitment to making the world a safer place. And that's what we're getting here from Congressman Mike Johnson's official website, House Speaker Mike Johnson's website. So what we're going to do here on live now is go to another break, because as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen,
we're waiting for Trump and the Prime Minister of Japan to speak here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost. This is the last pillar of the core to boost up your energy levels and increase your metabolism. This has 68 nutrients. It helps with your cardiovascular and your heart health. It also helps with brain health, muscle, and your energy levels. So the profile on this is pretty extensive. Just go on my website and take the time to read the profile. This is like a superfood, all right? So it's a powder, and you get a big scooper, you take 1 scoop a day. You mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt, or you can mix it in a smoothie. Some people even use applesauce. But another way to do it is just mix it with filtered water. Some people mix it with milk, but it's up to you. But I take it with soft foods like hummus. Take a scoop a day, either in the morning or for lunch. And it's a great way to lose weight. And I guarantee you that the amount of money that you're spending on breakfast or lunch for a month is more expensive than buying this container, right? So so you're going to save money and lose weight and get more energy, get better cardiovascular health, get better brain health, get better strength with increasing your muscle and increasing your energy levels. So this is a great supplement. It's like a superfood. And you couple it with either heirloom barley or gladiator barley if you want to supercharge this. Now, the gladiator barley will really increase your strength. It's going to detoxify your body. It's going to soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase, and it's going to bring down inflammation. You couple this together, you're going to control your A1C levels. Now, this is a protein that's a very dense, nutritious barley, all right? You can't get this at Whole Foods, just eating regular barley. This is high density protein barley, all right? So you take just like 3 or 4 small scoops with 1 big scoop of this, and you mix it together. When you take it every day, you're going to start noticing huge gains. You're going to lose weight and you're going to gain muscle. Now you got to do some resistance training. This works really well with people that are athletes. You can use this as a pre or post workout nutrition. And then you're going to recover quicker. So you're going to gain strength and you're going to recover quicker during your workout. But ones that aren't athletes, you'll benefit from this too. By doing a little bit of cardio, a little bit of resistance training, taking the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator Barley together, you're going to gain muscle, more energy levels, and control your A1C. And when you do that, you're controlling diabetes, you're gaining strength, you're building skeletal tissue, and you're building muscular tissue. You're improving your brain, you're improving your cardiovascular. You can also take heirloom barley. You can take them with the Boomer Boost or separately, it's up to you. But this will detoxify, reduce your inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. The differences between the two is that Gladiator Barley is really focused on strength, gaining strength. So it's up to you. You can take the barley separately. You can take the Boomer Boost separately. But like I said, if you take them together, it's really supercharges this situation. Now, I created a box called Longevity Boost Box. So you get the Boomer Boost with your choice of Gladiator or heirloom barley at a discount if you buy the Longevity Boost Box. You can also use discount 5 on top of that. All caps, number 5, you get $5 off. So it's a great way to get these products in your hands, use them, lose weight, gain energy, get healthy. And if you couple that with a lot of the other stuff that I've been talking about, especially the core, which is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, the lignans, C60, and Max 35, and you do that every day, guess what? You're going to get super healthy and you're going to slow down aging. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost separately or in the box, the Longevity Boost Box. It's up to you. And get the heirloom barley or the Gladiator barley in the Longevity Boost Box or separately. It's up to you. But again, you get discounts, built-in discount if you get a longevity box or an anti-aging box compared to buying the products individually. So Trump is now started his conference. So let's go there.
Had a great friendship across the vast ocean. Found ourselves united by bonds of history, commerce, culture, mutual admiration, and great respect. After our meeting today, I'm confident that the cherished alliances between our two countries and others also will continue to flourish long and into the future. The military cooperation between the United States and Japan is one of our closest security partnerships. And it's one of the closest we have anywhere in the world. Our service members work together every day to defend our common interests, Japan is committed to double its defense spending by 2027 compared to my first term. They've invested a lot of money because of my first term. We worked on that very hard with Shinzo, the great Shinzo Abe. And we look forward to seeing even more so. Shinzo and I worked very, very long and hard, and those numbers are very reflective after my first term. And now they're going up very substantially based on our conversations today. In addition to being vital for our shared security, Japan is one of the top purchasers of U.S. military exports and equipment. And I'm pleased to say that this week my administration approved nearly $1 billion in foreign military sales to Tokyo. The United States is totally committed to the security of Japan. We will extend the full strength of American deterrence capabilities in defense of our friend and ally, 100%. In the years to come, the Prime Minister and I will be working closely together to maintain peace and security, and I also say peace through strength, and all over the Indo-Pacific. And to that end, we also remain committed to the effort I began in my first term to ensure safety and stability on the Korean Peninsula. Prime Minister Ishiba and I spoke long and hard about a vital economic relationship between our two countries and the continuance of that relationship. The United States and Japan trade over $300 billion in goods and services each year. Japan has invested nearly $800 billion, and that's going to go up very, very substantially in the coming months, more than any other country. And they're going to have some competition. We have a lot of people coming in and investing in the United States. I think the feeling throughout the world has never been stronger about this country. As a result of our victory in 2024, the presidential election, the Japanese investment and technology giant SoftBank announced plans to invest between $100 and $200 billion. And we have many other companies investing that number, higher than that number, some a little bit less, but we have trillions of dollars of investment pouring into our country now that you didn't have just a short while ago. Today, our teams discussed how our two nations can do even more to stay on the cutting edge of artificial intelligence, along with the quantum computing, semiconductors, and other critical technologies. And they're coming out. The problem with technology, that kind, it's obsolete in about 2 days, so we have to start all over again. Doesn't last long. We agreed to cooperate even more closely to combat the Chinese economic aggression, which is quite aggressive. I'm also pleased to announce that Japan will soon begin importing historic new shipments of clean American liquefied natural gas in record numbers. It'll be record numbers. With our Secretary of the Interior, we were talking, I think Doug is here. Hello, Doug. Please stand up, Doug. Doug Burgum, everybody. We're talking about the pipeline in Alaska, which is the closest point of major oil and gas to Japan by far. Less than half the distance of any other location. We're talking about a joint venture of some type between Japan and us, having to do with Alaska oil and gas, and that's very exciting. They're very excited about it. So as we deepen our economic relationship, I made clear that the United States will be conducting trade with all countries based on the principle of fairness and reciprocity. Chronic trade deficits not only undermine our economy, they really do, and we're going to get rid of the trade. We have a trade deficit with Japan of over $100 billion, but we're going to work that out, and I think very quickly, frankly. We can do it just on oil and gas. We can work it out, so we intend to do it very quickly. We both understand that. And as America welcomes new foreign investment, we also want to ensure that companies build their products and factories here in America, not simply buy the assets that we have. And Japan is going to be opening up auto plants. New auto plants are being built currently as we speak. They've just been started. Toyota is one, and Nissan's going to be doing something very exciting about U.S. Steel. They'll be looking at an investment rather than a purchase. Like the idea, U.S. Steel is a very important company to us. It was the greatest company in the world for 15 years, many years ago, 80 years ago. And we didn't want to see that leave. And it wouldn't actually leave, but the concept psychologically not good. So they've agreed to invest heavily in U.S. Steel as opposed to own it. And that sounds very exciting. And we're going to meet with Nissan next week, the head of Nissan, very great company, and they'll work out the details. I'll help. I'll be there to mediate and arbitrate. And I had the privilege of working closely with the great Prime Minister, as you know, and you know him very well, Shinzo Abe, the longest serving Prime Minister in Japan's history. Likewise, I expect that this Prime Minister is going to be a great one. I really believe that he's going to be a great one. I've gotten to know him for not long, but I can see what they have. He's got the qualities of greatness. He's going to do a fantastic job for Japan and for the Japanese people. And I'd like now to invite the Prime Minister to say a few words, and then we'll take some questions. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President Trump, I would like to sincerely thank you for inviting me to the White House today, immediately following your inauguration. I also thank you for your very warm hospitality. I have come to Washington, D.C. with the hope of having a face-to-face meeting and deepening our mutual understanding at this early date with President Trump, who is now leading the United States, the most important country for Japan's diplomacy and security, and aligning our perspectives and visions that Japan and the United States should pursue. What should we do to advance the national interests of both of our countries in synergy and to realize peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific? I am convinced that the answer lies in further strengthening the strong and unwavering Japan-US alliance to achieve a free and open Indo-Pacific. President and I concurred to strengthen the deterrence and response capabilities of the alliance and to work closely in addressing strategic challenges that both countries are facing in this region. I conveyed to the President that Japan, as an ally of the United States, is ready to share responsibilities and to play its own role. I also reiterated Japan's unwavering commitment to fundamentally reinforcing its defense capabilities and reconfirmed the unwavering commitment by the United States to the defense of Japan. We reaffirmed that Article 5 of the Japan-US Treaty of Mutual.
Hey, what was the name of that learning app again?
IXL. It gives each kid the exact support they need.
Are we talking about IXL? My kids do love it, and research shows it even boosts test scores.
IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Wide range of areas working hand in hand together to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific. In this context, we also concurred to further advance cooperation of the multi-layered networks of the like-minded countries, including the Quad and trilateral cooperation with the Republic of Korea and the Philippines. We also discussed Japan-United States cooperation to bring about growth and prosperity. Economic cooperation, including on economic security, is important from the perspective of strengthening alliance cooperation. Japan is the closest economic partner of the United States and has been the world's largest investor in the United States for 5 consecutive years. Also, with the inauguration of President Trump, the momentum for Japanese companies to invest in the United States is growing even stronger. Today, I conveyed my willingness to cooperate together to elevate Japan's investment in the United States to an unprecedented amount of $1 trillion. President Trump and myself also concurred to elevate the Japan-US partnership to an even higher level through improving business environment and increasing bilateral investment in employment, strengthening each other's industries, leading the world in developing advanced technologies such as AI and leading-edge semiconductors, and strongly promoting efforts to harness the energy of the growing market in the Indo-Pacific region. We also confirm that we will cooperate to strengthen energy security between the two countries, including increasing exports of United States liquefied natural gas to Japan in a mutually beneficial manner. Regarding foreign exchange, as in the first Trump administration, close discussions will continue between Japanese and the US finance ministers who are experts in this field.
We also held candid discussions on challenges the Indo-Pacific region is facing. We confirmed that we are resolved not to allow unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion, and to oppose such attempts in the East and South China Seas in order to fully defend a free and open Indo-Pacific. We also reiterated the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Regarding North Korea, we affirmed the need to address its nuclear and missile program, which poses a serious threat to Japan, the US, and beyond, and that Japan and the US will work together toward the complete denuclearization of North Korea. As the abductees and their families continue to age, I conveyed my strong sense of urgency and determination directly to President Trump, and gained his renewed strong support for the immediate resolution of the abductions issue. While this was my first face-to-face meeting with President Trump, we were able to openly and frankly exchange views, and our meeting turned out to be very productive and meaningful. As a result of today's meeting, which marked a new departure for the Japan-US relations, we are issuing a Japan-US Joint Leaders Statement. This document will serve as a compass for further cooperation between our two countries. On the basis of these deliverables, I look forward to working together with President Trump, who I respect immensely, to usher in a new golden age of Japan-US relations. I look forward to welcoming you to Japan, and I'm very excited about that prospect. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any questions, please? Peter?
President Trump, I have two on bills. Elon Musk said today, I love Donald Trump as much as he's great man and love the man. What does the first lady think about that?
I think she'll be okay with it somehow.
So, Democratic lawmakers are really upset. DOGE engineers have access to these Treasury statements. Are you to disperse trillions of dollars each year to contain everyday Americans' personal Why does DOGE need all of that?
Well, it doesn't, but they get it very easily. I mean, we don't have very good security in our country. They get it very easily. And what we're doing, if you look at what has just taken place with respect to some of the investments that have been made on another agency that people have been talking about for years, but nobody did anything about it. It's absolutely obscene, dangerous, bad, very costly. I mean, virtually every investment made is a con job. There's nothing of value to anybody unless there's a kickback scheme going on, which is possible. And we're going to be doing more and more of that. We're going to be looking at Department of Education. We're going to be looking at even our military. We're going to be looking at tremendous amounts of money, Peter, being spent on things that bear no relationship to anything and have no value. We're talking about trillions of dollars. It will be, in the end, trillions of dollars being absolutely wasted, and perhaps illegally. I would say certainly in many cases illegally, but perhaps illegally overall. And I'm very proud of the job that this group of young people, generally young people, but very smart people, they're doing. They're doing it at my insistence. It would be a lot easier not to do it, but we have to take some of these things apart to find the corruption. We found tremendous corruption.
Democratic lawmakers trying to get into the Department of Education earlier today.
Oh, I see the same ones. I see Maxine Waters, Aloha. I see, all these people. They don't love our country. They don't love our country. We want great education. So they rank 40 countries in education. We're ranked dead last. But the good news is we're number one in one category. You know what that is? Cost per pupil. We spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. You look at Norway, Denmark, Sweden, various countries all up and down, Finland, China does very well in education. And then you look at us, we spend much more money than they do per pupil, or any other way. But we spend much more money than they do, and yet we're ranked this year, Biden's last year, congratulations, Joe, we're ranked dead last. So what I want to see is education. Number one, I like choice. We all like choice. But beyond choice, long beyond choice, I want to see it go back to the states where great states that do so well have no debt. They're operated brilliantly. They'll be as good as Norway or Denmark or Sweden or any of the other highly ranked countries. They'll be, probably have 30, I figure 35 to 38 states will be right at the top. And the rest will come along. They'll have to come along competitively. And by the way, we'll be spending a lot less money. And we'll have great education.
Cutting effort. One of the DOGE engineers was fired for some inappropriate posts. The vice president says, bring him back. What do you say?
Well, I don't know about the particular thing, but if the vice president said that, did you say that? I'm with the vice president. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes, red dress.
How do you want Japan's military to be? And do you specifically hope that their increased military spending will deter China and North Korea? What did you talk about that?
Well, I want our military to be the strongest. I also don't mind spending so much money on the military because we build it here. It's made in the USA, all made in the USA. We have, I rebuilt our military during my first term. Did a great job. We left some of it behind in Afghanistan, stupidly. There was no reason for that, but it was still as much as it was. It was billions and billions of dollars, but it was a small part of it. But we're going to have the strongest military by far. We have great people. I want to congratulate Pete Hegseth for having gone through the gauntlet. He went through a lot, but he got through, and he's going to be a tremendous, I have no doubt he's going to be a tremendous leader. And other of the leaders sitting here, they're in their own fields, we're going to do something very, very, very great, and we expect great things. But I expect the strongest military by far in the world, far stronger than China, far stronger than anybody, and that's the way it is. Thank you very much. Would you like to ask a question, please? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
This is Hiramoto from Nippon Television. My question let me ask two quick questions.
Sure.
First one, this is the first meeting between Mr. President and Prime Minister Ishiba. So what kind of impression do you have on him? And number two, do you have an idea or do you have a plan to impose tariff against Japan so far? Thank you.
I think that he is going to be a great prime minister. I think he's a very strong man, very, very strong. I have great respect for him. I've known him for a long time through a reputation. Shinzo Abe thought the world of him, and I think he's going to do a fantastic job as prime minister. Very strong person. I wish he wasn't so strong. I wish he was a little bit weaker than that, but that's what I got. I have to get strong guys all the time. He's going to be a great prime minister. I also, in terms of tariffs, I mean, we're going to have tariffs, mostly reciprocal tariffs, where we go with, and I'm going to be probably meeting on that Monday or Tuesday, have an announcement, probably a news conference, but probably reciprocal tariffs where a country pays so much or charges us so much, and we do the same. So very reciprocal, because I think that's the only fair way to do it. That way, nobody's hurt. They charge us, we charge them. It's the same thing, and I seem to be going in that line as opposed to a flat fee tariff. Okay. Yes, go, please. Please, go ahead. Why don't you go ahead?
This is Ota from Yomiuri Shimbun newspaper. I have a question for Prime Minister Ishiba. So this is your very first summit meeting. What was your impression of President Trump? Were you able to build a good relationship of trust and confidence? In Northeast Asia, there are many challenges, China, North Korea, and so forth. And with President Trump, what did you appeal to him? And what kind of understanding were you able to attain? On the economic field, there is the acquisition of your steel, the nickel steel, and there are expansion of import of energy. What were the communication discussion did you have with President Trump? For the $1 trillion of investment from Japan investment, what was his reaction? What about your communication on tariff front? This is the first time that I met with President Trump in person. So this was the first time meeting face to face. But for many, many years, I have watched him on television. So it was quite exciting. I was so excited to see such a celebrity on television, to see in person. On television, he is frightening, and he has a very strong personality. But when I met with him, actually, he was very sincere and very powerful and with strong will for the United States as for the whole world. I was able to feel that. This is not the sort of polishing or trying to suck up to him. For the world peace and for the regional stability, that both of our countries need to play a role and make our endeavors and responsibility. As for the increase of our defense expenditures, it is not that we are told by the United States to do so. Japan, on our own decision and on our own responsibility, we need to increase our defense expenditures. But of course, we need to communicate and consult with the United States. But the responsibility is with Japan, and the decision is with Japan. Now, on the tariffs, that if it is mutually beneficial, tariffs need to be set. And as for Japan, as Mr. President has introduced to us, an unprecedented investment will be made from Japan to the United States, and so many jobs will be created. So $1 trillion is the target. And this will be to the benefit of the United States, but also to the benefit of Japan as well. Investment is mutually beneficial. So be it with the US Steel, as Mr. President says, it is not acquisition, it is investment. So the Japanese technology will be provided, and the better quality products will be manufactured in the United States, and the US Steel will make products which will contribute not only to the United States and Japan, but also to the whole world. It is not one-sided. It will be reciprocal. It will be mutually beneficial. And I believe we were able to share on this. And that is the biggest result that I have seen today.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about that U.S. Steel deal. So you're saying that is this a restructuring of the deal that's happening, and then will you approve?
They're doing it as an investment, no longer a purchase.
Okay.
I didn't want it purchased, but investment I love. And they're gonna do a big investment, subject to getting the deal done, and they'll be doing a big.
where the
I'm okay with that, sure.
and the Prime Minister, what was your argument to the President related to U.S. Steel? And one more on tariffs, Mr. President, if I could. You said on tariffs that you'd like them to have a reciprocal back and forth. What was the reception from the Japanese Prime Minister when you said that, or when you talked?
Well, we didn't discuss tariffs so much. We really discussed many other things, including the pipeline in Alaska, which I think is going to be maybe the most exciting thing with Chris. We discussed that at length. The pipeline, I mean, it seemed to be of great interest in that. It's we have potentially more oil and gas than in Saudi Arabia, just Alaska. We have the most of any country in the world. It's a big asset for the United States, but we haven't used it. We go to Venezuela, we go to other places to take oil and gas, and we have more than anybody. It's an amazing phenomenon that took place over the last 4 years. Nobody understands it, including the people that were in charge of it. They had no clue what they were doing. So it was a big problem. They were surprised actually too. They were saying why didn't they wouldn't sell them LNG. They wouldn't sell it. Japan wanted to buy LNG, and Biden wouldn't sell it. And I'm trying to figure that one out. Maybe it was the environment. He might answer that question. He's curious about that himself, I think. Thank you very much. If you want to answer that, about LNG, that the United States wouldn't send you LNG.
That was a really unfortunate thing, but the current administration, the previous administration was not allowing the LNG to be exported to us. I believe that President Trump, on the day of his inauguration, allowed us to resume this importing. I think this is something that is really wonderful for us. And as the country of Japan, we are interested in importing not just LNG, but also bioethanol, ammonia, and other resources at a stable price, a reasonable price from the United States. And we also want to improve the trade deficit that the U.S. has towards Japan. So if we are able to buy those at a stable and reasonable price, I think it would be a wonderful situation. And for that, I'm very appreciative to President Trump. And we also look forward to LNG and hope that it's a success.
I wanted to just say that on the ethanol, Iowa is going to be very happy. All of the Nebraska, all of our farm states are going to be very happy. They want ethanol, and we'll be able to provide it. So our farmers, who I like and they like me, I think they're going to be very, very happy. We've opened the sale of LNG immediately. Actually, we did it a few days ago. And China, right now, not only China, everybody wants to buy it. We have more than anybody, and they're all buying it. But Japan, in particular, we're very happy that they're going to start immediately, and we can supply it to the world. But we're supplying it to Japan, and they can always be right up in the front of the line. Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Mr. Prime Minister, I have a question for you as well, but Mr. President, I'll start with you. Well, quickly to follow up on what Pete was asking, have you directed Elon Musk to review Pentagon spending, given it's the biggest discretionary?
Yes, I have Pentagon, education, just about everything. We're going to go through everything, just as it was so bad with what we just went through with this horrible situation we just went through, and I guess 97% of the people have been dismissed. It was very, very unfortunate. You're not going to find anything like that, but you're going to find a lot. And I've instructed him to go check out education, to check out the Pentagon, which is the military. And, sadly, you'll find some things that are pretty bad, but I don't think proportionally you're going to see anything like we just saw.
FBI has turned over a list to the Justice Department of the FBI agents who worked on the January 6 rioters cases. Are you planning to fire the FBI agents who worked on those investigations?
No, but I'll fire some of them because some of them were corrupt. I have no doubt about that. I got to know a lot about that business, that world. I got to know a lot about that world, that we had some corrupt agents, and those people are gone, or they will be gone, and it'll be done quickly and very surgically. Did you have a question for the Prime Minister? Talk up. I don't know. I know we have some that are very corrupt and we don't like it. We're gonna bring back the reputation of the FBI. Kash Patel is gonna do a great job. And we're gonna bring back the reputation of the FBI, which has been hurt very badly. It's been devastated over the last 4 years.
You have just been meeting for the first time with President Trump. The last administration famously did not have hardly any, if at all, contact with North Korea. President Trump certainly did the last time he was in office. Would you like to see him resume that contact and also that in-person meeting that he had with the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un?
That is something that the United States needs to determine on its own, and it's not something that we should request. Having said that, but for example, in Vietnam or Singapore, the President of the United States, President Trump, was able to meet with Kim Jong-un. I think that's a very positive development. So now that President Trump is in power again, if we are able to move towards resolving issues with the North Korea, I think it would be great. And of course, for us, that includes not only denuclearization, but also resolving the abductee issue. And so not only the victims of the abductees, but also their families too are aging, and so our time is limited. So if the President of the United States, if President Trump is able to resolve this issue, we do understand that it's a Japan issue first and foremost. Having said that, we would love to continue to cooperate with them.
It's actually a good question, and we will have relations with North Korea and with Kim Jong-un. I got along with him very well, as you know. I think I stopped the war. I think if I wouldn't have won that particular election, you would have ended up in a very bad situation. But I did, and we had a good relationship, and I think it's a very big asset for everybody that I do get along with him. I get along with him, he gets along with me, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And I can tell you that Japan likes the idea because their relationship is not very good with him. And if I can have a relationship with not only him, but other people throughout the world where there seem to be difficulties, I think it's a tremendous asset for the world, not just the United States. Go ahead.
I have a question for you and the Prime Minister as well. Mr. President, I wonder what you make of the criticism from Democrats that these staff reductions, the cuts that Elon Musk and DOGE are doing are an unlawful power grab. Is there anything you've told Elon Musk he cannot touch?
Well, we haven't discussed that much. I'll tell him to go here, go there. He does it. He's got a very capable group of people. Very capable. They know what they're doing. They'll ask questions and they'll see immediately as somebody gets tongue-tied that they're either crooked or don't know what they're doing. We have very smart people going in. So I've instructed him go into education, go into military, go into other things as we go along. And they're finding massive amounts of fraud, abuse, waste, all of these things. So, but I will pick out a target and I say go in. There could be areas that we won't, but I think everything's sort of, we're a government. We have to be open. And as an open government, I don't know, I guess you could say maybe some high intelligence or something. And I'll do that myself if I have to. But generally speaking, I'll just say go. But he will be looking at education pretty quickly, and he will be looking at military too.
Both the federal spending is Social Security, Medicare programs like that. Would you like to see him look at those programs as well?
Well, they don't really have to be looked at by him. They can be looked at by us. Social Security will not be touched. It will only be strengthened. We have illegal immigrants on Social Security, and we're going to find out who they are and take them out. We have illegal immigrants in other Medicare. We've had a lot of bad people, a lot of people that shouldn't be on, that were put on through California. A lot of them come out of California. We're not going to stand for that. So we're going to strengthen our Social Security, etc. We're not going to touch it other than to make it stronger. But we have people that shouldn't be on, and those people we have to weed out. Most of them, or many of them so far, have been illegal immigrants. They shouldn't even be in the country. Do you have a question for the Prime Minister?
Mr. Prime Minister, the president's affinity for tariffs is well known. If the U.S. places tariffs on Japanese imports, would Japan retaliate?
I am unable to respond to a theoretical question. That's the official answer that we have.
That's a very good answer. Very good answer. Wow. That's very good. He knows what he's doing. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank
you. And that was President Donald Trump meeting with Japanese Prime Minister.
We're literally seeing history in the making as we're doing these shows. Almost every day, we're seeing one step after another, or one grain of sand on the mountaintop of history being made. We will never see another president like Donald Trump again, ever, in our lifetime. You know, maybe in another 250 years if the United States is still around. But we're seeing something special, and it's important to document it, and it's important to converse. So thank you for watching the live stream on Rumble, watching the live stream on YouTube, the simulcast that's on X Spaces. Again, this show is supposed to be interactive for people that want to voice their opinion or, you know, ask questions about what's going on in our world. Please do. You can do that through X Spaces by asking for the mic. But I greatly appreciate everyone participating and watching throughout the more than 5 hours of streaming here. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the products that will help with your health. Get healthy so you can enjoy your life in health and wellness and extend your years. It's very doable. It's very doable. Preventative medicine is the best medicine. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the supplements, do the stacks, use the discount 5, get healthy. I want you to be healthy in 2025, because don't you want to see how this is all going to come all about in 2028? So thank you for listening, and have a nice day.